And welcome back again. This is ThoughtRiotPodcast, and I got something new for you guys, right? We got a new mission statement here where we commit to bring you honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversations, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back and sharing brutal honesty with you guys the entire time. We censor nothing and talk about everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Second that.
My name is Brendan.
And
I'm one of your hosts.
And I'm Malia.
And welcome. You know what's funny? When I was saying this is I said honest, intelligent, and unscripted as I'm reading it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to get it down, okay? I got to get that down. But every other part of our conversation, totally unscripted, you guys. And it's funny, we have a lot of people who are loving the unscripted conversation right now, and some people that hate it. And look, it's not going to be for everybody, but I enjoy it. I have a good time. I enjoy doing the pre-recorded podcast, talking with people online.
Yeah, I'm sure there's certain listeners out there who would just appreciate, like, a scripted story, but we're trying to do something new. Like, that's a lot of what the true crime community is people, like, script, or they have all these bullet point facts that they go through one by one, and it is like a story, you know?
Yeah.
You're listening to a story. We're trying to just more have conversations, look at information we find, discuss it, look at the social aspects, come up with theories, you know.
Yeah, I mean, talk shows are interesting. There's a reason why they've been around as long as radio has been around. It's interesting listening to multiple people's point of view in any situation, because normally that helps you grow your own. You know?
And I feel like true crime usually is either like a news broadcast or like storytelling is usually what I see online.
Yeah.
And this is just something, you know, new.
Yeah.
We're just trying it out. We originally started like variety, politics, and true crime, and just anything interesting, culture, you know, social type things, but we're really honing in on the true crime because we really loved covering it, and yeah, we're all about it now.
Yeah,
I'm really glad we made the switch.
Me too, and it's been my favorite part, and it's a direction we just like without knowing, we were just led that way, you know, towards the true crime. Every week we look up certain stories to share with each other and talk through with you guys. And as we're looking these stories up, I think I said this on the live stream, which if you haven't been on there, come check us out, which I'll say what times and date in just a second or whatever. But and I totally forgot where I was going with this.
Don't look at me.
Yeah, but it happens a lot.
We live stream on everything. YouTube seems to be like the main platform everybody's joining from, but it's from 9 to 11 p.m. CST, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 9 to 11 p.m., and yeah, it's been really fun on there. We've had quite a few people coming on where we're able to kind of talk through some of the details of the case and
cases.
Yeah, cases. And it's been, you know, stimulating other people's thoughts that are on there with us. And people have been bringing incredible information. Like, dude, some of the comments have my mind blown. And that's exactly what I was looking for and hoping for when we transitioned over to true crime, is being able to have you guys hop on there and give your opinions and not be afraid to share an opposing opinion too. You know, I appreciate opposing opinions more than I do opinions that are like mine.
Yeah, and we definitely want to welcome that. The discussion, the debate in the comments, the calling us out, the, showing us contradictory evidence. We want all of that. Obviously, be respectful to everybody else, too. but
yeah,
I don't think that needs to be said. I feel like a bunch of content creators are always like, make sure you're nice and keep it respectful. Like, we all should know that by now.
Well, and also, again, just to be completely honest, I leave on the comment security, the mid-level one that edits out some things, not everything. There's a more strict one that will take away any maybe comments that could be mean, bad, include something like links or whatever, harmful for your computer or your mental health or whatever. And we leave on the middle one, and it does a pretty good job of removing comments where people are being like antagonistic to people or mean. And I plan on leaving it on. I don't want any of our viewers to feel threatened because they have a different point of view. So,
Yeah.
But yeah.
Absolutely.
So make sure that if you guys haven't joined our Discord, I really want to get to a point where we're doing our live streams and we're able to have it up on Discord simultaneously. I know you can do that, and we might need to do that in order to get the phone number up on the live stream to where people can call in. I'm not sure. I'm still researching that a little bit, but go to our Discord. This is the invite link right here. Check out streamlabs.com/ThoughtRiotPodcast. I said this last week. I'm going to say it again. When you first go there, the first thing that's going to pop up is a tip box. Hit the home button. Once you hit that home button, that's where you're going to have all our newest content that'll pop up at the bottom. That's where it's going to have some of the details about us. I don't know how to make this link not go directly to a tip button. If you would like to leave a tip, awesome. We appreciate that. And, we're trying to get to a point where we're going to be able to do this more full time and invest more time into the stories and content we're bringing you by bringing even more content to the table. So if you want to help in that, man, we appreciate that big time. But if you can't, that's okay too. There's a lot of other free things you can do that support us, like watching the videos, letting us know what you think about them in the comments or your ideas, hitting that like button, hitting that subscribe button, and the alert button to let you know when we're going live, when our new videos are coming out, all that good stuff. Did I miss anything?
No, just besides the fact, you kind of briefly mentioned it, we're going to try to set up call-ins for our live stream for anybody who wants to join and, chat, give us their input, anything like that, and that'll be super fun.
It will be. I am excited about that. I'm hoping that the OBS that we use right now, we can keep using it just because we've put so much time into like the editing, the background, and all that stuff. But if we need to switch, then we're going to switch. So, but yeah, check out our other social media. We are on Twitter. We are on TikTok, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, of course, and Spotify. Oh, wait, and Amazon Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, all of the big podcast providers.
Anywhere you can find podcasts. That's all you got to say.
Yes, anywhere you can find podcasts.
So, I don't even know what episode it was. It was many episodes back. We covered a police brutality case in Mississippi that was 6 officers on 2 black men. And it was one of the most brutal, horrific things I have ever read. It just was disgusting. And it was flying under the radar mostly on the internet and in like media, mainstream media. This all took place, the assault on these men took place January 24th, I think it was. And they just now were arrested and pled guilty to the charges. They weren't arrested at the time when we were talking about that a few months ago. It was months. Nothing had happened to them. Nothing.
Yeah.
And, the families of these men were fighting hard to try to get something done about it. Because one of the victims was shot in the mouth and lost his tongue.
Yeah.
Miraculously survived. And that is not even the worst. I mean, it is pretty bad, but they endured
awful.
torture.
Yeah.
They were tortured. And now that we have this, guilty plea, we come to find out there was more we didn't know. So remember I told you it was suspected to be a hate crime?
Yeah.
Okay, so the two men that were there in the home, they were renting from a white woman. Their landlady was white. Their neighbors were white. And the neighbors apparently called into the police and reported suspicious activity in the two black guys' home. Well, the officers decide, we're going to go over there and kick in the door without a warrant. They tased them and demanded they tell them where the drugs were, told them they were taking advantage of a poor old white lady. They kept saying, we don't have any drugs. We don't have any drugs.
Yeah.
And they were just kept demanding, and they went on, after tasing them, to waterboard them, beat them, essay them, make them shower. Like, some of the things they waterboarded them with was chocolate syrup, milk, and alcohol.
Yeah, alcohol. That is crazy. Oh my gosh.
Made them shower
Imagine that
together.
going in your lungs. Like alcohol sounds bad already, probably because you guys thought of the same thing I did, like going in your nose and mouth. Imagine alcohol going in your lungs, dude. That burns so bad. That burns horribly bad.
It's absolutely horrendous. And the whole time they're shouting racial slurs at them. They put an adult toy in a mouth.
Yeah.
Like, they did all kinds of things. The end of a BB gun into one of the men's mouth.
I mean, they were putting their actual guns up against their head and mouth as well. So they kept going through this routine where they were telling them that they're going to end them, and of course they didn't, but they would make them think they were going to, like, all right, this is it, 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of it for you. And then they wouldn't. And they would do this over and over and over and over again, like... Imagine the amount of PTSD and stress and trauma and everything that these guys are going to be left with. That is crazy. I am blown away by this thing.
2 objects they were beaten with was a kitchen. All it says is a kitchen tool and a metal sword.
I mean, a kitchen tool could be anything.
I know.
What is it? Like a meat ham, the meat tenderizer things? Or
I'm honestly not sure, but a metal sword?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. One of the guys is damaged forever.
They're both damaged forever. Well, mentally,
I just meant physically.
Yeah,
so
he's disfigured.
He got shot in the mouth, had his tongue removed. When he talks now, you see him grab his throat. So I'm assuming that he's having to use one of those vocal cord things that help you talk when you don't have a tongue, or you've had to have like throat surgery that you see people who smoke their whole life have. Well, that's what it looks like he has. He has a whole bunch of bandages on and stuff like that. So, like, his physical life will never be the same again. But yes, both of their mental status and life will never be the same again. Like, this was crazy, dude. And I am so glad to see that these guys are going to jail and they pled guilty. However, that doesn't change the fact that the laws need to change, where these guys should have been taken off the street immediately, okay? And one important thing to note here, at least I think it's important, is the taxpayers' money pays for police officers. That's where it goes when we're paying, like, property taxes, house taxes, things like that. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I would gladly pay put my taxes towards that cop's income when they're being investigated for them to be off the street. What I feel like should happen, especially in that situation, all 6 of those cops should have been put on leave. Give them pay. I don't care. Just get them off the street. Get them out of a position of power. And the investigation could have gone on while they were getting pay at home, away from harming people with a gun, with a badge, with a certain level of power, and then conclude it. Like, I'm blown away that they were still out on the street for another 6 months.
Well, they took steps to cover it up. They submitted fraudulent evidence, drug evidence. They destroyed surveillance videos. They planted a gun on Jenkins, which is the one they shot in the mouth, to make it look like he shot at them first. Even spent bullets and taser cartridges, apparently. Like, they went... After they did all this, they all went outside and talked about, okay, how can we cover this up? A few of them considered themselves part of, like, a gang called the Goons.
Okay.
And, they were on the streets from January 24th until, like, a month ago, when they were basically either fired or forced to resign. And then now we have actually justice.
Yeah, that's wild. I'm glad to see them being put behind bars, though. I'm glad to see them getting federal charges. I'm glad to see that they will never be police officers again, because those are some scary people that are acting just like the criminals. Their position...
It's supposed to be fighting against.
Is supposed to be fighting against and protecting the average citizen from. They're literally the same thing. These guys are criminals, gang members, and disgusting pieces of society, you know?
Okay, so these are their names and their I'm going to try to find pictures. Hopefully there's pictures up on the screen, because there's not right here. But it's Brett McAlpin, 52, Christian Deadman, 28, Jeffrey Middleton, 46, Hunter Elward, 31, and Daniel Opdyke, 27. And it says, and one former member of the Richland Police Department, Joshua Hartfield, 31. And the 3 of them, Middleton, Elward, and Opdyke,
Opdyke.
They were the ones, Opdyke, there you go, called themselves members of the Goon Squad because of their willingness to use excessive force and not report it.
Yeah, that's wild. They deserve to be behind bars. That's it.
Absolutely. It's just so gross, and I'm really, really glad something happened, because when we talked about this before, I just could not believe that this story wasn't everywhere. Like, this is worse than any case I've heard in modern day times.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Absolutely. But one thing I forgot to mention is, last week you wore I Love Hot Dad shirt, so I thought I had to represent the moms in the house and coming to the table with I Heart MILFs shirt. You know, it's funny. When you wore that, we started looking into like statistics and who watches the most, our demographics and everything, and it looks like it's mostly mom-aged women. So I was like, oh, for sure, I'm gonna get a MILF shirt. I bet we have some
moms
MILF
and
viewers.
dads are like amazing,
dude. No, moms and dads are super underrated. Like people out there in their 20s look at people who have kids, and a lot of times they're looked at in a negative light, and that is insane, dude. If you have a person that's a parent and a good parent, there's a certain level of trust and responsibility in that person that you're not going to get from somebody who doesn't have a child. So like if I'm single, right, and I'm in the dating market, I would gravitate towards moms, not away from them.
Yeah, I know. Like, people look at, parents, like, if you, like, you know, especially in your 20s. Like, you look at like, your friends that are having kids, like, oh, they're lame now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
That's so not
they're not
true,
cool
though.
anymore. Their life's over. And that's not true at all. I think we have this weird idea that once you have a kid, your life's over and it's all about the kid. And it shouldn't be that way.
No way.
It shouldn't be that way.
Parents should still have their own free time to do anything that they want. That is totally acceptable and okay. And if you're a mom out there, single or not, shout out to you for just being a mom and having to deal with the everyday things that moms have to deal with, because it's not easy being a mom, and every single one of you, I'm sure, are MILFs. So, yeah, hats off to you. And
to the hot dads, too.
Yes, representing the moms and the dads in the house. All right, so going along those same lines of abuse of power here, today. So we shoot on Friday. Today is what, August 4th? So just today, Friday, August 4th, a 72-year-old Southern California, which I grew up in Southern California judge arrested today on suspicion of killing his wife. A 72-year-old judge. One, I'm shocked at his age. He's 72 years old. And he ends his wife, who is close to his age, 65. She was 65. But he didn't even call the police. So what happened was the police got a call for sounds of gunshots in the area, and I'm assuming if this is in the Orange County area, then like almost all of Orange County is really nice. There's certain pockets, like anywhere, that's not, but it has that uppity feel to it, you know, in a lot of the places or whatever. And if he's a judge, he makes a lot of money, so I'm assuming he's in a neighborhood where shots aren't common. So police respond to a shooting, shots heard in the area. And as they're investigating and trying to figure out where they came from, they realize something's going on in this house. Whether they were going door to door, it doesn't say in the report, but they realize something's going on in this house, and they're able to find and identify him and his wife. And when they showed up, the wife was already dead. And it doesn't give any more details than that. This literally just happened. So it happened really late Thursday night. He was taken into custody on Friday.
That's so strange. What would make such an old couple, like an old man, does it say how long they were married?
It doesn't say anything because it's so new. Details have not come out. That's why it's an update for you guys, because it's something that we can follow along. And abuse of power, to me, is a really big deal, because we say it all the time. Like, it's really important to me that we back our public servants, whether there are politicians, whether there are police officers, whether they're sheriff, FBI, even like CIA and stuff. I feel like those people are in a position where they have to, they don't have to. They should be putting their lives on the line to make sure that the average citizen and person is safe and okay and taken care of. That's part of the job you sign up for, right? And with that comes a certain level of power. So I do my best to give anybody in law enforcement the benefit of the doubt in any situation. But when something goes wrong, or they make a bad decision, or some kind of fraud happens, some kind of anything, right, where it is an intentional bad decision on their part, where they're taking advantage of their power, I think they need to be judged and graded super harsh.
Yeah, I think there definitely needs to be better accountability within the system, because I think we're at a place where a lot of people in our country no longer trust cops. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
So the public's holding them accountable, overly so, because they're not holding themselves accountable within the system.
Yes, I agree.
And that's a huge deal.
It is.
It needs to be fixed.
It is.
And then people would have more trust for the police. And I think we have an issue with transparency in our country. Our government is so not transparent.
Yeah.
Everything's sealed,
Yep.
gag orders,
Overly sealed.
confidential.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just ridiculous. That creates
Yep.
distrust in the people when they feel like they don't have access to what's really going on. Like what our country's doing, what our police
Yeah.
officers are doing.
Unfortunately, with the overclassification problem that we have in our country, that's never going to change as long as we're a world power. You cannot be competitive in this world and be transparent. There's a lot of countries out there that are, and it reflects in their general population's overall happiness and trust in the government. We've seen that. We've done videos on that before. Unfortunately, with us being a major power in the world, I don't see that changing. But
It depends on what it is.
I don't. It's hard. There's so many moving parts. It's just really hard.
Yeah.
I don't see it changing and us staying competitive. Either we can give up that and not be competitive world power and then oh shoot, or we keep it how it is and let nobody know nothing so that other opposing countries can't know anything either. But when it comes to law enforcement, man, like we've got to be able to fix this. This idea that there's like a blue blood where police always have police back, that like I get that in the field in a situation where something bad's going on, but it should never, ever, ever be at the cost of society. And I think that's where we see a lot of the issues.
Yeah, that was a tangent, totally. But I'm super curious what made a 72-year-old, and I was just assuming they were married for a long time, but they may not have been. I mean, I guess it's possible that they weren't. They're just both older. So it just seems a little strange at that point in your life to murder your wife.
It's very strange. It made me wonder what could come out of this. Was she going through something really painful and it was one of those situations where it was like she wanted it and he was just giving in to what she wants? We've seen that happen before. Like, you know, it could go any direction. All we know right now is there was a gunshot. They believe it is the judge, which, by the way, I don't think the police would make a mistake like that. I'm sure that he got tested for gunshot residue. I'm sure that there's something going on there.
Arresting a judge by mistake would be insane.
Right. So, I'm confident saying this is the guy if those police are saying this is the guy. You know what I mean? So what caused that?
Yeah.
What caused that?
Interesting.
Yep. So I have it bookmarked. We're going to follow up on this. I'd love to know what you guys think about it. If you have any other details, are you from the Orange County area and you got some insider knowledge into that? Because most of the reports I was pulling up were directly from that area. You know, local news is normally more thorough than national news. So, I'm very familiar with SoCal, all over down there. I've been all over down there, so...
So we were just talking about like moms and dads and how important they are. And, you know, being a good parent greatly reduces the risk that you produce offspring that go on to commit the crimes we talk about.
Yeah.
So speaking of that, I came across today an article that was super sad. The title is Drug-Addled Louisiana Couple Face Murder, Neglect Charges, and Death of Infant.
Ugh.
And when they say infant, they're not kidding. It was a 4-month-old. They literally starved it to death.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And they had a toddler they were neglecting also.
Bro,
Their names are Angel Taylor, 24, and Chevy LaFountain, 31. They're arrested and charged with second-degree murder, neglect, and child abuse following the mother's 911 call reporting that her infant wasn't breathing on Tuesday, according to St. John the Baptist Parish Sheriff's Department.
Gosh, man. And that makes me wonder, though, like, and I could be way off the reservation here, but... like, when you're in the hospital and you're having a kid, they do pretty thorough checks on people to make sure they feel like it's okay to release the child to the parents to let them go home. And this could just be my bias because, like everyone in the world, we all care about kids and never want anything bad to happen to them. But, like, did the hospital miss something? Could something have been seen that where we could have prevented this?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
they're supposed to look for stuff like that. Like they are supposed to always test the mother and the umbilical. I think it's the umbilical blood, right, or something. They take something and they test the baby for drugs, especially if, like,
was there drug involvement?
I'm pretty sure that's standard everywhere. Maybe it's state by state basis, but usually they test for drugs.
Sure.
And, like, I know there's stuff like you have to have a car seat or else they don't let you take the baby.
Yep.
Like, they have social workers in the hospital, and when they see somebody who, like, doesn't look fit, they have them come check.
Yeah, was drugs involved in this, though? Because I don't think drugs needs to be involved for this crime to happen. I've seen crimes like this happen without drugs involved.
Yes, drugs are involved. I don't really see anywhere where they say what kind of drug, but the mother claimed that they had just laid down, like, she had laid the baby down for a nap an hour earlier. An autopsy showed the baby was malnourished, dehydrated, and starved, and so was the toddler, but he found a way to eat. It says he found a way to eat, and he survived.
Gosh, man, people like this, what is going on? People like this make me think that, like, this technological boom we're having will one day be beneficial where a situation like this couldn't happen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and this is way off course here, and I apologize ahead of time, but, like, imagine if we all had a chip in us where it could detect when something's wrong. You're not getting enough food, your vitamins are off, you're malnourished, you know, and that could, like, alert somebody. That could prevent stuff like this from happening. I automatically go to, how could I prevent something?
Oh, yeah, they chip all newborn babies to alert when they're being starved to death.
I mean,
People would freak out. You're not putting a chip in my child.
I mean, I think that's the direction we're going. I don't want to get too far off topic there, but, like, I was just watching a show. What show is it on Netflix? Altered Carbon or whatever. And they all have chips in the consciousness that's, like, in their neck or whatever. And for whatever reason, this made me think of that.
They call it a stack, and it contains, like, basically
who they are.
They are entirely.
Yeah.
All their memories, everything.
Yep. And this just made me think, like, could those futuristic things be beneficial for us in these situations? Because I just hope that kids die less.
Yeah.
Is that so much to ask, you know?
Well, the police also said that the outside of the trailer, like, you could totally tell the inside was going to be awful. And
then that
apparently,
makes me wonder.
The inside, there was toys everywhere, garbage, and detritus. I can't pronounce this word. I'm so sorry. Let me look at the pronunciation.
I'll put it up on the screen.
Detritus. Detritus.
Yep.
Okay, so that basically means, like, it was eroding.
Okay.
If you know what I mean.
Yep.
If you ever been in a nasty trailer, that's, like, literally falling apart.
Yeah.
And both of the parents admitted to treating the kids poorly.
I mean, good. At least they're admitting, you know, so that we can make sure and get those kids the help they need from people who can handle it.
Yeah, so the guy blamed his drug dealers somehow for him neglecting his kids.
What?
Taylor, the mother, said that she just passed out for hours. So they're both being held, and the parent, their bond is $600,000. $600,000. No option to post 10%.
That is so dumb. But
I know. If you look at their pictures, which we would have posted them by now, we'll post them again, I guess.
the malnourishment happens over a lot of time, not like,
Look how
I took a
confused.
nap and
Look at him. Look at her. Look how confused they look.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with these people. I don't know what is going on. If I had to guess, it's not just drugs, you know.
The police said this was literally the highest degree of neglect that there is. Like, it is the worst neglect, period. This is the worst you could do.
Yeah, it's really depressing. That's really sad, man. Kids need to be loved and cared for, and this is wild, man. Wild.
I think they may be accusing, actually, 3 caseworkers. Yeah. I think, no, this is Pennsylvania. Is this not related? Because this just popped up next to it.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is in Louisiana, right?
I don't know. But
yeah, Louisiana. That's not
interesting.
related. I thought for a second it was trying to tell me that there were caseworkers getting in trouble for this too, for ignoring it. But it's something different. Anyway, moving on. It just horrifies me, and they just had a baby, so to think the hospital didn't pick up on anything really bothers me.
Yeah.
Because they are supposed to really pay attention to that. How did they not have child services called on them?
Yeah.
Like, when you see neglect like this, there is no maybe. Call it in. Just call it in.
Yeah, but
a baby shouldn't be in that environment.
Like I was saying, I'm just worried that I'm biased because it's a kid and I want to blame somebody. Maybe the hospital did do everything they were supposed to. I don't know, but
they should have had a
kids,
caseworker then.
These kids weren't in the care of the hospital. They were in the care of the parents. So who gets blamed? The parents get blamed, you know, unless the hospital didn't do their job. All these things are pre-decided. It's not like we can, because a situation hurts our hearts, you know, we can't expect more than whatever their checklist and normal expectations are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some people just shouldn't have kids.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to take drugs, at least take birth control.
Yeah.
At the very least. Like, birth control is not going to do anything compared to what drugs are doing to your body. Just take birth control. You can get it for free.
Yep.
Just go to the local clinic.
If you can't take care of yourself, you definitely aren't going to be able to take care of a kid. That's for sure.
Just get the shot or the implant. Anyway.
But,
go ahead.
So, and this one's wild. I didn't even know that we had a problem with this, but we have a problem with cyber hackers and criminals attacking healthcare providers. So just today, cyber criminals attacked the computer system of a California-based healthcare provider, causing emergency rooms in multiple states to close and ambulance services to be redirected.
That is horrifying.
It is. The ransomware attack happened at Prospect Medical Holdings of Los Angeles, which has hospital clinics in Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Texas. And Prospect Medical is investigating how the breach happened and is working on resolving the issue. The company said in a statement Friday, Prospect Medical Holdings, Inc. recently experienced a data security incident that has disrupted our operations. And the FBI got involved. But as I was looking into this and reading it, I found out that the medical industry is the #1 targeted industry right now in the world by black hat hackers, man.
Why?
I don't know. I was trying to figure it out and I don't understand it. I look at this and I'm like, dude, where's our white hat hackers? And for anybody watching that doesn't know, Black hat hackers are the bad hackers that will go out and exploit people's information, their credit card information, steal money from banks and major corporations, and all the bad parts of hacking. And then you have these white hat hackers, which their whole point of being and job is to protect people from the black hat hackers and take down these black hat hackers.
Could it be that they're trying to get into the hospital system to steal patient information, get payment information, get social security number, birth date, all that stuff? Oh my gosh, birthday?
Yeah.
To like steal people's identities. Like this is some kind of foreign, or it could be domestic, who knows, thing where they want to steal identities, see people who just died so they can have, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
They can create false identities.
I thought about that, and one of the other things that I was theorizing in this is that other large industries get targeted, like corporations and banks and things like that, but because they've been targeted for so long, they have really great security, like amazing security. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars on this cybersecurity annually to make sure this doesn't happen. The medical profession has so many people in it. The more people you add to any situation, the more likely there's going to be a gap in your security for them to exploit, because I don't think a lot of people realize that hackers, there is an in-person element. You can't be, I can't be sitting here on my computer, attacking a spot in China without calling them, without learning personal information. Like, there's certain bits of data you gotta get to be able to get in there. And with the hospital services, there's so many people involved that I was thinking maybe it's an easier industry too. You know what I mean? Because, what's on the line? Like you said, socials, billing card payments, everything.
Yeah, birth and death records.
Yes.
Social security numbers, date of birth. Like, literally, a description of you probably. Like, everything they would need, maybe even pictures. I think some of the systems now, you can upload a picture of yourself to your online account where you get all of your medical records, like your lab test results. You can get them before the doctor gets them and see your own test results. I'm pretty sure because they have that individual database now, like little thing.
The national database, state databases.
I'm pretty sure they could literally know everything about you.
Yeah. Everything. Absolutely.
Relatives, address, everything.
Yep.
Phone number, email.
Yep. I think the important thing is just the social security number, though.
It's the most important, but when you're stealing somebody's identity, the more information you have to then verify yourself after that is
I think important. All you need is the social, and you can get everything else with a simple search. That social is super important.
It is.
And then you just search that background. That'll give you your height, weight, how you look, everything is on file at that point. So, I don't know if that's what they're aiming at, or if they're targeting their billing system directly and they're going to hold it hostage, or there's a million different ways we can go. But if you're watching this and you're a white hat hacker, come on, get these guys, because I can't think of a worse place to target. They had to shut down emergency rooms and turn people away. Did people die because of this? Because this is 5 hospitals where people couldn't go to the ER. What? That's crazy.
And if they had a further drive, you know what I mean?
It's wild. It's wild and shouldn't happen. And, if you're a hacker, I grew up a punk rock kid, a punk rocker. The whole point of being that anti-social behavior is anti-corporations. You mean
anti-establishment?
Anti-corporations and, but pro-human. You stood up for people and you fought against corporate America. And when I look at hackers, a lot of black hackers are supposedly like that. Well, this is not that. This is just awful. This is horrible.
Yeah, it is horrible. When I found out about that, I found out about something a while back. I forget the name of it, but it was super scary when I found out how easy our water supply could be cut off from a virus, a hacker. Like, that's scary.
Yeah, it is.
So, moving on. So, I saw this pop up, and it's super weird. So, a guy named John Katzik vanished from a concert not very long ago, and he was just he's an analyst for Goldman Sachs. He just got pulled out of Newton Creek in New York. Half a mile from where he went missing. He went to a Zed's Dead concert. He's 27 years old and lived in Lower Manhattan. It says he disappeared Saturday in a Bushwick hotspot at about 3 a.m.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I'm not even going to get into the theory because I'm talking about a topic today that is that. So.
What? This is in New York?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Where it's at.
So apparently his family says this is not anything like him to just go missing. Towards the end of the concert, he said he just didn't feel very good, and he went to leave, and like he called an Uber and went to leave, and just no one ever heard from him again. Yeah. And they said this is so out of the norm for him. This is not typical behavior. If you look at him, he just looks like a really sweet young guy, like super normie, nice guy.
Yeah.
And they don't know what happened to him. So there's no signs of trauma other than drowning.
Yep. Oh, I know. We covered
we talked about
all the
Austin.
bodies last week, and that's the reason why I'm going to be talking about this story we're talking about tonight, because all of the bodies are the same.
Yeah, it's really weird, though. It's really weird that what's going on in Austin, and then to see this in New York, and we may find something out, that's makes it nothing like that. But so far, it kind of looks like that, similar to the Austin case, because he's at a concert, starts not feeling good, is saying he's like, this is not him to disappear or go walking around messed up. Like, he's like, I'm gonna call an Uber and just go back home and call it a night. And then he ends up in a river.
Yeah. I'm not gonna spill the beans on the update, so I'll keep my mouth shut.
Okay.
So.
And just drowning, like the Austin, Texas thing. I don't know what to think of it, to be honest. I mean, I'm going to keep my eye on it and see if it seems like there could be any link, and we'll hear your story and see. But, yeah. Apparently there was another case like this in Chicago recently, and there was another body pulled out of this river just a week ago.
Yep.
So bodies are just turning up all over America, accidental drownings, no signs of trauma.
Yep.
That's cool and stuff.
Yep.
Okay. I don't want to ruin what you're about to talk about, so go.
You won't ruin it. It's just...
You're just, like, refusing to speak about it. Like, there's no conversation.
Because
I'm just sitting here
there's
like,
a
what?
correlation with what I'm going to be talking about, and I'm going to save it because we cut our stories up when we post them, so... Yeah.
So, anyway, go check out the rest
yeah.
to figure out what he's being so mysterious about.
They're going to be posted 2 in a row.
We post the long-form podcast everywhere. And then we post on YouTube, like, we cut it up into clips. So if you ever want to watch, like, the whole long podcast, it's there. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. It's everywhere.
Yeah, and so I'll be posting this week. I intentionally held back the Austin story so that I can post them one day after another. So this week I'll be posting the Austin story, and then I'll be posting the story that we're going to be talking about tonight. So, if you're curious to find out why or how that young guy drowned, which is way outside of what average or normal is for him. Make sure you check out those 2 videos.
You usually post the long form podcast to Spotify and stuff like right away when it's ready, right? Like if somebody wanted to like stay up on the podcast, like they could go there and just watch that.
No, I just stick on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. YouTube's the best place that you could support us at. That's where we're going to get the most growth. That's where you're going to get the live at. Spotify is really for the audio listeners because there's like 2 types of podcast listeners. You know, there's the people who watch videos, and then there's other people that refuse to watch video, and they prefer the audio version. So
okay.
Yep. But so this one's crazy, and this is another update where this hasn't been dropped yet. We just had more important stories, and this is actually from 2 weeks ago. But when I put this out, I'll make sure and put out that other story too. But a man has been arrested in Nevada for breaking into women's apartments, standing at the foot of their bed and watching them sleep while rubbing their feet. 2 separate occasions, you guys. So this man was caught on camera, and he entered 2 homes in the middle of the night and through the unlocked slider. So make sure your sliders are locked, you guys, okay? Because we have the Idaho 4 with the back door. We have this situation with the slider. We have like 10 examples I gave about the Cape Intruder where people left doors open. Lock your doors. Now, nobody got hurt in this situation. Well, maybe emotionally, you know.
Yeah, so sliding glass doors I have noticed, have really crappy locks. So get a wooden stick and put it in the, like, track of the door, between the wall and the door. Nobody's getting into that unless they break your whole door.
Yeah, you don't even have to do that. They make really nice ones that are at waist level, so you don't got to bend down and like pick it up, because if someone's older or has back problems or whatever, like they have this setup where the bar latches onto that door and it just flips down, so when you go to open the door you just pull that up and you can slide it right open. It's really nice.
I haven't seen that before. We just got an old crappy wooden like pole or something.
No, I did
put
too.
It down there.
Yeah, I did too. But the newer ones are really nice, and they look nice, and they're up in their face. If someone tried to open your door, like they can see you're not getting through. The only option is to break the glass, which would then have alerted these women.
Yeah, it would have been really loud.
Yeah, this happened July 1st and July 3rd, and he entered the condos through unlocked screen doors in the early morning, so between like 1 a.m. and 4 a.m., and stood there for who knows how long. These women were asleep when he entered their condos, but they were woken up to him massaging their feet, you guys. And
wouldn't it be funny if like a woman was like woke up and was like, "Oh, thanks. Where did you come from?"
Right. Yeah, because
you think that's the fantasy?
I was going to say that, like, I don't think it's a fantasy. I was going to say that, but, like, I mean, if it's that important to you, you can come massage my feet. I'll consent to it, while I'm sleeping.
You wouldn't even wake up.
No, I wouldn't at all. But so what he's dealing with is somnophilia, and it's what we covered a little bit when we were talking about the Cape Intruder story. And these are people who have a sexual interest in watching people sleep. And sometimes it turns to touching, which is what they described when we were going through it. Obviously, this guy's...
It's a foot guy.
...has touching in it. I don't know if he's a foot guy. Maybe he felt like that's step one and furthest away from their head, the least likely to wake up. I don't know.
Yeah, but I feel like it's kind of dumb. Like, I feel like that's actually more risky than touching, like, body, like bigger parts because you have so many more nerves on your hands and your feet.
Maybe.
Like, they're much more sensitive. Maybe he didn't think of it like that, but I'm just thinking if something touches my foot, I wake up. If something touches my hand, I wake up. If somebody were to just put their hand on my back, I don't know that I would wake up.
Yeah. It could just be that the feet were the closest thing to him, too, you know?
Yeah.
And I wonder how long he stood there before touching their feet, or if he intentionally touched them to wake them up, like... I don't know. I get creeped out by this idea of people coming in and just watching somebody sleep. That is a super creepy thought, and like,
yeah,
why? I just don't understand it. And we said this in our video, but like, if you're one of our viewers and you have this, I would be curious to talk to you. I've met all kinds of people with all kinds of interests in almost everything, I thought, but then I heard of this, and I've never heard of somebody that like has an obsession with watching people sleep.
You know,
like, what is it?
Have you ever had
what stands out?
Yeah, I agree. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. I've tried, like, last time we were covering this, I was trying to think, like, what's the rush?
Yeah.
Like, what is giving you the rush? What about it, you know, is satisfying in that way?
Yeah. Is it them not knowing? Is it... Yeah.
Yeah.
I was curious, too.
But you know that feeling when you have a spider crawling on you and you get so angry you just want to burn them all? Like,
No.
I've had that feeling, like, many times in my life where there was, like, a bug crawling on me, and it just grosses me out so much. I'm like, I just want to burn them all. Like,
yeah.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
No, definitely haven't.
Okay.
You're like a bug serial killer.
Yeah, essentially. Well, that's the vibe I get when I listen to this. I think if I woke up and saw that and he took off running, I would want to kill him.
Yeah.
I'd be like, burn him. Witch hunt time. Like,
yeah. It's
you
just
creep.
It's just such an intrusion.
It is.
Home is supposed to be
just
a safe place.
Just ask me if you want to watch me sleep.
Yeah, just
ask.
There's like there's multiple things they're stomping on when they do that. Like, your home is a safe space. Your bedroom's supposed to be a safe space. Your bed, for most people, feel like a safe space. And then you're like intruding in all of that. You not only come in a house uninvited, you're going in somebody's bedroom while they're sleeping. You know what I mean? I feel like that's the ultimate intrusion. Really.
Yeah.
It is.
I just knew you were going to call me a bug serial killer.
It's crazy. It is crazy.
I know I'm not the only person that's felt that way.
Yeah.
You hate bugs like a lot. So.
Yeah, I do. I definitely do. I hate spiders.
Yeah.
I've just never felt like I wanted to burn them all.
Oh, and centipedes.
Yeah.
I want to burn them all.
Centipedes are weird.
Just because of the way they look.
Yeah.
But apparently they're very helpful they eat spiders. And ants and other bugs. So actually having them around isn't a bad thing, but they freak me out.
Well, yeah, they're weird
and they
looking
can bite.
With so many legs and, like, man, it's weird.
Moving on from bugs.
Anyways, so did I say what he had, the somnophilia?
Yeah, you did.
But anyways, interesting. So, yeah, that is it for our updates.
Our news updates.
Yep. Our news updates.
I like the eyes.
Yep. First case tonight, and this is coming off of a couple different things. So we just had a really successful drug theory in regards to the Idaho 4 that we were talking about, right? Okay, well, there were a couple comments made when we were on live stream where I told people that I believe that 90% of violent crimes have to do with drugs. And I stand by that.
Like, even if it isn't a drug offense, there's some kind of connection to drugs that
Correct.
motivates the crime.
That motivates the crime in some way, okay? So I started looking at some of the other cases that we've been looking at, right? And by now you guys will have seen the picture already, but one of the very popular cases that we have out right now is the Murdaugh case with Alex Murdaugh, okay?
Yeah, and people are still putting out videos on it. Like, I see videos all the time.
This thing hasn't slowed down, okay? And what's interesting is right from the beginning of that case, and we started off behind. We weren't making content at that time, all right? We just started picking up on some of these cases as we transitioned over into the crime community.
Yeah, we covered the Murdaugh murders when he was in trial.
Yes, we did. But because we started behind, we're kind of picking up on some of this as it's going. So, like, some of the things that I feel like I would have noticed if the case was going on and we were covering it, I'm just now picking up after. So, like, I started looking through some of the cases that we were covering to see if there were any drug connections. This is one that popped up, like, right away, and I thought there had to be. And I'm sure you guys, if you guys have been following it, I know that you've heard about some of the drug theory with this, right? Well, I have some major questions with this, and hopefully I'll be able to bring up some compelling evidence so you guys will think that these are interesting questions too, you know, in this situation. So how much do you know about drugs involved in this case?
I mean, what I know is that he claimed he had an addiction to opiates.
Yep. And that's what most people know of it, other than some shady connections and things like that. For the most part, what people think is you have this man who had an addiction, okay? And by the way, this will be interesting later, but by the way, he said that he has such an extreme addiction that he was taking 60 tablets of oxycodone a day, aka Percocet, and we'll get to that in a little bit later. But then most people think of him as a white-collar crime, all financial crimes, and then, of course, the ending of his wife and son, right? Mm-hmm. Well, as I started researching this, I came across some really amazing content creators, and I didn't write the name down. I should have. You guys will see them here. I'll post them. I'll post the words on the screen so we can give them a shout-out. But as I'm digging into this, there's a lot of creators out there that started going far back, like 80 years back, because as we know, the Murdaughs has kind of ran this town for, 100 years probably? His great-great-great-grandfather started as one of the leading prosecutors or like DAs in the area, right?
Mm-hmm. District attorney, yep.
Yep, in the area. And then his son followed, his son followed, his son followed. And Alex was really the first one who didn't follow, right? Well, as I'm digging into that, a couple things started popping up. I heard about Operation Jackpot, which in South Carolina, Operation Jackpot was the first time the feds came in such a controlling fashion where they were trying to shut down pot and they were shutting down illegal gambling rings all at the same time here. And some ways they did it was taking over people's property, like the businesses they own, the houses they have, the cars they have, right? And, I mean, it was really strong-arming the community into taking over these areas. Well, as we're looking through some of those, some interesting topics came up where the second Murdaugh that took that office was around the time of Prohibition, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, Prohibition, as you guys know, alcohol was illegal. Alcohol is a drug. A drug is any substance that can create mind-altering, mood-changing
Affect your central nervous system.
effects to you, in your
Yeah.
body. So, alcohol is looked at in the same way as any of those other drugs, as we call them. Well, during this time, Murdaugh was, and what was his... Buster, that's it. So, because his son's named after it. So, Buster Murdaugh of that time was part of a huge ring of people that was protecting the stills in these areas for alcohol smugglers to get away with the crime. And it went so in depth, and there was so much fraud to it. There ended up being 9 people in this ring that the feds found out about, okay? And what they would do is they would set up fake operations for their own police to go bust down the doors of these stills where they were making alcohol.
The DA.
Because he's the DA, while protecting the real operation. So when the feds looked to see who was doing what they asked and said with prohibition, they looked like they were getting it done. But all those stings were fake stings. They weren't even stills that were being used. They weren't making alcohol. They weren't doing anything. It was just all a setup so they could protect their own, right? So there's some historical evidence of how the Murdaughs were. Now, when I'm looking at this, my first question is, okay, well, that was 3 Murdaughs ago. How does this correlate up to today? Which brings the next one up that I could find, and that's Alex's dad. He was a part of Operation Jackpot. And what's interesting is he was also the first connection to the Bulwers. Barrett Bulwer. Have you heard that name?
I don't think so.
Right. So it's been pretty buried. This guy is a convicted trafficker and smuggler and...
Trafficker of drugs?
Yes. And, well...
Maybe various things?
Everything. So basically... What I got from all the information that I was reading and watching is that they were involved in everything, okay? And their family had deep ties.
So are they like basically a mob? More like a gang?
It could be, but you guys got to remember what's really interesting in that area is the way things are ran is they're good old boys. Okay. So
it's the South, yeah.
Yeah, these are country dudes that by all appearances, look like they're businessmen. They are white collar wearing, tie wearing. I mean, even on their days off, they have shirts tucked in. They're wearing boat shoes. Like, these are not the guys that most people imagine as a trafficker. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, we'll bring it up to the 1980s here where and I'll walk you guys through the conviction of Barrett T. Bulwer. So Barrett T. Bulwer is the direct connection to Alex Murdaugh. Okay?
Okay.
They were family friends and seen everywhere together.
What's his name again? Say it again.
Barrett T. Bulwer.
Barrett?
Barrett.
Oh.
T. Bulwer.
I thought you said Garrett at first. I was confused.
And everybody in that area calls him Buller.
Buller?
Yep, but it's spelt Bulwer. Boulware. But
okay.
In the South, it's Buller, which is kind of funny, right?
Yeah.
Well, Bulwer and his dad got stopped by the U.S. Coast Guard, okay, in the early 80s. I believe it was 1983. Yes. And this is how traffickers would traffic. And this is all based off FBI evidence here. But they would have 2 boats. They would have a safety boat and they would have the dirty boat, essentially. The dirty boat has all the dope, all the people, all the illegal activity, and then you have the clean boat as the lookout and separate, okay? And the reason for that, you guys, is if they started being approached by the U.S. Coast Guard, they would sink the dirty boat. They would just sink it.
Oh my
and
gosh.
have the drugs go to the bottom, okay? Well, in 1983,
and I'm sure they didn't care about the people, did they?
They didn't. No. In 1983... Oh, I'm sorry. I got to take a step back here. The one I'm talking about is in 1980. So in 1980, the U.S. Coast Guard came up on the Bulwer boat, and they said something fishy was going on in the report. They didn't know exactly what it was. They came up on two boats. One of the boats was sinking, and on the other boat, there was 13 people on there. The Bulwers and 11 Cubans.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And what's strange, you guys, what's really strange when this is being investigated is there is no further information. They didn't check documents. They didn't check if they were documented people. There's no mention of if they spoke English. Nothing, okay? All we have is a statement of 11 Cuban nationalists.
That they just saw them together on a boat.
On
and
a boat.
Boat was sinking.
Yep, and they told them that everything's good, everyone's safe, they're going to go to shore, and everyone got let go. Nobody got charged in this. And this is in January 24th of 1980.
Well, at least they didn't sink the people with the boat.
Yeah.
Which is what I was suggesting earlier.
I mean, the U.S. Coast Guard was coming up on them, so that would have been an issue, and the Coast Guard would have then gone onto that boat to try and save those people, and I'm assuming would have seen the drugs, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, that is the first run-in that we see with the Bulwers, and then the one that I started talking about, the next encounter we have is February of 1983. We have documents showing that Barrett T. Bulwer and his father get stopped again by U.S. Coast Guard. And for anybody that doesn't live on a coastal town, U.S. Coast Guard patrols all over the place. And what's interesting is South Carolina has always been a hub for drug smuggling. And based on all the research that I was doing, it's because of their three main ports. And then on top of it, they have an undocumented amount of islands.
That's so funny because I know somebody who was in the Navy, who's in my family, who says that they were on a naval ship or saw one coming in, and apparently it was told to them that there were drugs being smuggled on that military ship into that port. When they were there. And apparently it's something that happens frequently.
Yeah, could be.
On military ships.
It could be.
Which is like total random, I have no idea if that's true.
That's one of those
but they were told that by another military person.
That's one of those situations where I'm going to assume the best, right? Military, police, things like that. I would need to see evidence before I bought onto that.
Maybe they were coming up with a bust or something, but I would need evidence to believe that too.
Yeah. But luckily, we have evidence here, and it didn't have anything to do with military, though. The Coast Guard were the ones that were coming up on these boats,
right.
Okay? So back to 1983, we have Barrett and his father on a boat, okay? The U.S. Coast Guard comes up on them, and they get caught with 17 tons of weed, 854 bales of weed, okay?
Bales, straight up bales, yes, like hay bales of weed.
They are caught red-handed, okay?
Dude, what?
And they're charged, right?
Yep.
Well, what's interesting in this case is they ended up not getting convicted here, okay? there was a key witness, you guys, and that key witness was the captain, the driver of the boat. The owners were the Bulwers, okay?
Okay.
Well, they took these guys in, and law enforcement decided to lean on one of them, and they leaned on the captain. The captain rolled and agreed to be testimony, so a star witness for them, okay? Well, 3 weeks before the trial, he unfortunately walks out into traffic and gets hit and killed.
Dude, no way.
Yes. Yes. And who was the DA, the prosecutor here? Murdaugh. And Murdaugh, the grandfather, was friends with Barrett T. Bulwer's father, okay? So we're creating a history here. We're creating a timeline where we have two different occasions where the Bulwers were involved with trafficking and smuggling drugs, and they were being essentially maybe protected. Once that star witness got ended, the DA said that they didn't have enough evidence to press the charges, and they were dropped.
Yeah, and Alex, he wasn't a DA, but he was a prosecutor, right?
Not for the state, no. He's in private. Alex was private. He did not follow his family's footsteps.
So was he a defense attorney or a prosecutor?
Defense, private. He didn't work for the state.
I thought you just said, and guess who the prosecutor was?
Yes,
Murdaugh.
his father. His father.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay.
This was in 1983.
So this is Alex's father.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm getting stuff mixed up in my head. Okay.
So we have now two proven incidents where these guys are caught. The Bulwers are caught red-handed, okay? Well, in 1988, right before Barrett starts being seen in the beginning stages of hanging out with Alex, he's pulled over in Georgia, and the statement was that him and his wife were going on a trip to Florida and then back again, like a turnaround trip. Well, he gets pulled over. He gets caught with 7 pounds of weed and an ounce of cocaine. He catches these charges, okay? And remember, this is in Georgia, so it's outside of the protection of the South Carolina area, right?
Right.
He gets charged with this, okay, and convicted of this. However, no time served. So we think that it was like a soft conviction, a slap on the hand, where somebody from South Carolina could have reached out to them and said, hey, look, like we understand the position you're in. We understand you can't drop this, but this is a friend. This is someone we're investigating. This could be something. We need them to not do any time. So they ended up doing no time here, okay? Well, fast forward now up to 1998. This is where we really start seeing Murdaugh and Barrett get into bed with each other. So this is where they first purchase a property together and start being seen hanging out around town all the time, okay?
So did Barrett's father and Alex's father, were they the ones that were...
They were like buddy, but because that was in the 80s, the 70s, we don't have enough evidence of that. But we have evidence of Alex and Barrett, okay? Now,
and we have some sketchy stuff in the 80s where it's like maybe
absolutely.
they were covering for them then, and then we have
absolutely
the grandfather before that with Prohibition.
Absolutely.
Okay. So it's proven like lineage, kind of.
Yep. Well, in late 1998, this is the first financial partnership we see with him. Murdaugh Holdings and Bulwer purchase waterfront property together for $150,000, okay?
Barrett and Alex invest in property together.
A piece of waterfront property together, okay? Now, what's interesting is over the next 10 years from that time, from 1998 to 2008, Barrett and Alex purchased 9 total waterfront properties together.
Whoa.
As partners, okay? And here's another interesting thing. None of these properties are ever built on. All of them have a dock, and that's it.
Weird.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
So they're their own little trafficking ports where there's no eyes on them
absolutely.
because they own the property.
Yes, I don't have the name right now, and I should have wrote it down. I regret not doing that. But the content creator I was watching, he is literally an investigative journalist, and he has contacts in the FBI and some of the other, 3-letter law enforcement agencies. He said he brought all this evidence to them and laid it out on the table. And they could tell him exactly what was going on without even knowing the details. This is the perfect setup. These 2 islands are drop-off zones. These other islands around it are lookout points. Strategically placed there to be able to watch large shipments coming in. Okay?
Jeez.
Right. So I don't understand why we don't hear about this. This could be another situation where why do the drugs get left off the table? Like, why are we not talking about one of the most important pieces in some of these cases?
I mean, drug involvement is a huge deal when you have murders. Like,
It
if they're
is.
involved in some heavy trafficking like that, that's something you have to look at.
I agree, but, okay, and this is the question I have, and I'm not the type of person to jump to conclusions and automatically say there's a conspiracy and all these officials are involved, but I try and put myself in the mind of one of these officials, okay? And if they start seeing evidence that he was tracking, they might start feeling like, oh no, I remember this time Alex called me and asked me if I would do this for him. And I didn't think nothing of it because they didn't have all the information. And then all of a sudden they're scared. You know what I mean? Like, was that involved in the trafficking? Could that have been? Okay. So remember.
Yeah, because he's a working attorney in that area. Like,
Yes.
they totally call in favors for each other and stuff.
And he was Barrett's attorney. And these were family friends, you guys. And here's another really interesting fact where I do not have evidence for this. And this is important to state, but according to this journalist, there are multiple firsthand accounts that while these guys were, vacationing together with their families, while they were holidays together, eating together, hanging out together, whatever, Barrett and his family and Alex and his family talked openly about trafficking. And according to one of the first-hand accounts, Barrett had a picture in his living room above his fireplace of like a 60-foot boat with Cuban guys holding up bags, large bags of cocaine. And this was their close family associations. And we have 2 people that were killed here. Why isn't this getting brought up? You know what's interesting, though? In June, the feds started looking into Alex for trafficking.
So before the murders, is that what you're saying?
No. This is just recently.
Oh,
This is still going on. Like, Alex still could get more charges.
So you're talking about this year, this June,
year.
they just started looking into
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yes. All right, so back to where we were. By 1998 to 2008, Murdaugh and Bulwer had co-owned 9 properties, okay? And this is where it starts getting interesting. What is the name of Alex's home? What is it, Musel? The Musel house?
I don't remember, honestly.
I think it's Musel, the Musel house, okay? So, that property? Have you heard of how he got it?
I don't think so.
So, this is how they got the property, okay? So, they lived in Hilton Head before, and Murdaugh started going into business with Bulwer. Bulwer owned this property, okay? And Bulwer's wife, according to the financial documents, sold the property to Alex for $5.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is crazy. But in the legal documentation, it does state that while we sold it for $5 because there has to be a monetary value on all purchases, that's because we traded. Essentially, it says we traded of like value of $790,000 for this property. Okay.
Okay.
You want to know something else interesting?
What?
Did you know that land Musel has an airstrip?
Wait, his house?
Has
where he lived?
An airstrip.
Yeah, I have it right here. It's 4147 Moselle Road.
Moselle Road, yeah.
In Islandton,
it
South
has
Carolina.
an airstrip, okay?
That's wild. I think actually I might have heard that. For some reason it's ringing a bell, but I can't. But I don't think I ever placed any worth on it.
And what's interesting, and I have a statement for you guys. What's interesting is in the description of that house when it was posted last to be sold, it says thorough and easy access to a stream. It leaves off the airstrip. It talks about how easy the access is to major highways. Okay. Now you have the FBI that says in their training documents, so the most critical part of every smuggler's operation is finding an isolated spot to unload the drugs. The best sites feature a dock close to the ocean, an airstrip, the absence of neighbors, and a proximity to major highways. That Musel house has all of it.
So it's close to the water?
It's close to a stream. It is void of neighbors. It has an airstrip.
Okay, but
it has everything.
But if it has a stream, that doesn't really matter. What is a stream going to do? They're talking about like an ocean or a river.
I mean, I don't know. Do you know how big the stream is?
No, but I'm about to look it up on Google.
It can be fished, but I don't think they would say that if it's like a little 2-foot stream. I think we're going to be surprised pulling that up. That's one area I didn't look into.
Okay. But that is super crazy. They have ports, they have an airstrip.
They have ports, an airstrip, and all these properties don't have neighbors around them, and they're
They're
access
isolated.
to highways.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay, if that doesn't scream shady business, I don't know what does.
That's what I'm saying. And I feel like we were in the same situation with the Idaho 4 when we were talking about this, where, like, there's enough evidence to raise serious concerns here, right?
Yep.
And, so yeah, 9 total, and they're all perfect for smuggling, lookouts, connections to highways, dark access. And here's another interesting part too. So they have all these properties that they bought, right? Mm-hmm. Well, they have proof that when you buy land, what's the goal of buying land? To make money on it.
Yeah.
To make money on it.
Mm-hmm.
How much?
Is that the airstrip right there?
No, go up. Look at that stream. Go
This
down?
is a river.
Yeah, it's a river. A river.
Kahachi?
It's a river. So it could be probably boated on. Yes.
Horse Bay?
Yep.
What's Horse Bay?
Yep. But, so they had these properties, you guys, and they had these properties through major real estate booms, meaning the whole point in buying a property is to make money. Well, then why did they hold these properties, not build anything on them, and hold them through major real estate booms? Just sitting there, doing nothing.
They had to have had a purpose.
They had to have had a purpose. Okay. And another fun fact is from the first time that Alex and Barrett bought land together, okay? They bought it one in Alex's name and one in Barrett's name. When you look at by the 9th piece of land that they bought together, the ways that they were manipulating the system and the paper trail to hide it were getting more advanced and more advanced and more advanced. And this is all factual evidence that anybody can go look up. You can go look up these documents, and it started turning into things like where they were using similar names but just changing the ending. So like one would be Ski Resort and Dive LLC, and then the other one would be Ski Resort and Dive Management. Like, unless you were specifically knew what you were looking for, these things could be the same thing, but they're different. Where all of these LLCs, sole proprietors, businesses, or whatever, all tied back to Alex and Barrett. And it sounds like the wives knew about this when they were talking openly about all of this. The statements made, talking openly about it, everything.
So what happened? You know?
Yeah.
Like, what happened?
Exactly. What happened? And I don't want to get into the crime too much, but it makes me wonder what happened, okay?
Yep.
So, here's a situation that happened once Alex got arrested. So, the Post sent somebody out. Well, I guess let me take a step back, okay? So if you remember, the defense's strategy was that the Walterboro Cowboys, which is a local gang,
A drug gang.
Well, just a gang in general. They're violent. They do all the things that a gang does. Alex said was the people who ended his wife and child. Okay. Well, a Post interviewer went out there to the Cowboys gang and interviewed a couple people that are in the gang, and one of them said word for word, and she has it recorded, that we're being railroaded because they caught a RICO case in 2017 and picked up the whole gang, by the way, and I'll give some more details in a second, but he said we're being railroaded. Alex Murdaugh brings in more than half of the drugs in this state.
Yeah. That's wild.
It's wild.
More than half in the state?
More than half in the state, yes. Now,
so he's trying to claim that he racked up debt with them, and they're the ones supplying his drug habit, and he's pinning all his trafficking on them.
Correct. And here's what's interesting, too, is they keep using the word cartel when they're talking about this gang. This gang is like 15 people. 20 people.
Yeah, sure.
They're associated with the Bloods, but they're their own standalone gang. They are not a big gang, you guys. They aren't a big gang. They couldn't have been doing this. What was most likely happening was, or I'll put it this way. What appears, based on this evidence, could be happening is that Alex was the white-collar criminal helping hide the trafficking and smuggling that was coming into that state that was then being sent out to these guys. When he needed a cover story, he took the low man on the totem pole and threw him under the bus. Yeah. After Alex's defense team brought them into the fold, they got picked up on a RICO case, which is only for large gangs. This is not a large gang.
Yeah, he was supplying them. That RICO case should have been on him.
It could have been.
You know what's funny is the cousin that shot him, okay? Cousin Eddie, isn't that the one that shot him? He also claims that was his dealer, and he was getting them from the Cowboys.
I know.
He uses his cousin for everything. Every lie, every cover-up, he's like, throwing my cousin Eddie under the bus.
Don't even get me started on that gunshot,
so
though,
stupid.
Because that whole thing is fake. I don't understand how news ran with a bullet bounced off his head. That's not possible from a rifle.
No, there's no way it bounced off of his head.
No. I think
so wait, I thought he got shot in the head and survived, so it never even penetrated his head? They literally said it bounced off?
What Eddie says, and I do, based off what I saw, okay, it makes the most sense, is Alex called him out there and asked him to shoot him. Eddie said, no, no way, I am not doing it. And Alex tried to talk him into it, and Eddie grabbed the gun and shot it in the air.
Right.
Scared Alex. He fell backwards and hit his head, and that mark was from the ground. Yeah. But anyways, going back to the Cowboys, they aren't even big enough to be called a cartel. It doesn't add up, you guys. This is another one of those situations. How many coincidences are there in a murder? In my opinion, there shouldn't be any. So Alex is just coincidentally partnered with a convicted trafficker on 9 pieces of land. Alex coincidentally got his home for $5 from said trafficker. How many coincidences? Like,
And it has an airstrip and is next to a river that can be canoed on. A swamp boat, one of those little boats, could be used on it.
It can, okay.
What are those called? The with the big fan on the back?
Yeah, the airboats or whatever.
Yep.
So, to me, you guys, I have a lot of question marks with this. I'm not saying this is what happened, but I am saying this needs a deeper look, okay? Anytime I see a situation where drugs could be involved, everybody always knows you got to look into the money and you got to look into the drugs, right? And one of the commitments we made to you guys is that we're going to bring you honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversation, right?
Yep.
And in my opinion, this is that. Now, everyone's heard of the jellyfish connection too, right? Okay, so he went into business with Barrett to essentially fish jellyfish, okay? It's a delicacy in the Asian markets, and it is a very tedious process. So on paper, it looks like they bought this land for jellyfish, okay? But in order to store and send these jellyfish, it's a 6-week process. You have to catch all the jellyfish in a certain way. You got to take them out. You got to dry them. You got to preserve them. Then you got to package them. And then you got to get them over to the Asian countries, right? Well, one thing led to another. They ended up not doing anything with the jellyfish, but that land was still there. There were trucks seen pulling up in the middle of the night to load or unload jellyfish and take off in, towards the highways or whatever. Some investigating was done on the Asian buyer, and that Asian buyer was a convicted money launderer. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yes. Very. Very. Okay. And all of these dealings, you guys, were hidden and buried and name swapped and LLCs and corporations, and all this is hidden, and all of it ties back to Alex, And one of the things that everyone was worried about was that he was going to get a sweetheart deal from the feds for rolling on people in this situation. Everyone wondered if it was about the dope. A lot of people asked questions about the Cowboys, but in all honesty, based on these coincidences and evidence, I feel like it's flipped. I feel like he was more likely to be dealing towards them. And maybe he wasn't directly involved in it. That doesn't change that you're supplying the land, the place, the ability, and you're running background defense as a lawyer. I can't think of a better person to have on your side than a lawyer. Oh, I can't believe I forgot this part. Did you know he was a sworn-in officer?
Alex?
Alex.
A sworn officer? Police officer?
He was a sworn police officer. It's not technically called a police officer. It is called a... Hang on here.
I think you've told me what it was before, but I can't remember.
Yeah, it's like an officer of the court, you guys. And essentially you have the same power as a police officer. And you have the same ability to turn people away. So Alex was essentially running the entire town with a badge and a sworn officer to arrest, to protect, to whatever.
How did he get that?
Because there's loopholes in the law in South Carolina where you can be sworn in as a temporary officer and you're given all the same rights.
What?
Yes. I think that the Cowboys gang was a red herring. I think it was a red herring, and there's no other way about it, okay? Now, let's turn directly to Alex here, you guys. So, remember, I said in the beginning of this video, did you find it? What was he?
I was trying to... So it says that former attorney Alex Murdaugh had such a cozy relationship with law enforcement in the Low Country that he put blue lights in his car with their blessing and carried a badge in case he needed a favor.
Solicitor officer. That's what it is. It's a solicitor officer.
Okay. Where did you see that?
That's the name of it. Oh. It's solicitor officer. It has same rights as police, and he even had lights in his car, okay? Yep. So he was law enforcement.
Crazy.
And people are missing these parts, or they're not being highlighted, okay? So here, let's go back to him now. Let's put our focus on him, on Alex himself, okay? Mm-hmm. He said he was buying $60,000 a week in personal drugs. People ask questions, okay, so what? He said he was using 60 tablets of oxycodone a day, Percocet, okay? So Percocets come in either 5 milligram tablets or 10 milligram tablets, and they come with 325 milligrams of Tylenol in them. So if we do the math here, 60 tablets with 325 milligrams of Tylenol is 19,500 milligrams of Tylenol. You know what the overdose rate is? 7,000.
Yeah.
Impossible.
I knew when he was saying that it didn't make sense, just from my experience and, being around drugs, doing drugs. That sounded like so much Tylenol. I don't know how he wasn't on dialysis. Like, I don't know how his kidneys weren't shut down. I don't know how he was alive. Like, you can't get to a drug, tolerance that high and be taking that much Tylenol. Like, it would take a while to get a tolerance that high, if you even could, and to get to that point where you're taking that much Tylenol, like, your body would shut down.
It would.
There's no way.
It's literally impossible, okay? And you know what's funny is they had an expert come on and say, oh yeah, it's pretty common that, extensive users will be up to 50 or 60 tablets a day. I'm telling you right now, you guys, it is not possible. It is impossible to be taking 20,000 milligrams of Tylenol, and he said for 20 years. Impossible. I think Alex knows how much money he was making from the trafficking, from the smuggling, and he was trying to make the numbers add up to where that money could have gone. And we still don't know where. Okay? Now let's look at the drug half of those pills. There's one of two options here. If they're 5 milligram, then we're looking at 300 milligrams of oxycodone a day. If they're 10 milligram, we're looking at 600 milligrams of oxycodone a day. What that transitions to is to 600 to 1,200 milligrams of morphine. Okay? So the average dose of morphine, because there's always a correlation on any opiate, you guys. So oxycodone is 1.5 to 2 times stronger than morphine is.
Yeah, the same way you would describe like beer, wine, liquor.
Yep.
Like there's a strength level.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So the average dose, right, of morphine for somebody in severe pain is 10 to 20 milligrams every 4 hours. Well, you take that, 10 to 20 milligrams, we'll just do it at the 20, and then you times that by 6 times 4, 24 hours in a day. That's 120 milligrams of morphine maximum. Now, I'm assuming, okay, that a user can use 3 to 5 times that. That still only puts you at like 3 to 500 milligrams of morphine. And he's claiming he's using, in correlation, 600 to 1200 milligrams of morphine. An unquestionably deadly dose of morphine is 700 milligrams. Unquestionable. Unquestionable. It doesn't matter if you have tolerance, doesn't matter anything.
So what if you're splitting it up and taking it throughout the day?
Doesn't matter. Does not matter.
Well, yeah, if you take it in small parts throughout the day and you reach at the end of the day 700, like your body goes through it.
No, not because of the half-lives. Mm-mm.
So your body wouldn't burn through it and you would OD?
Nope. Everything I looked up says that's way on the high side. On the low side is 70 milligrams. People have died with 70 milligrams of morphine. 700's a stretch. You're getting up there to like be able to kill a rhino probably. What I'm getting at is this: it's not possible. This is not possible, the numbers that he's saying.
No, I don't think they're possible.
It should have been called. Like, there's something going on here.
I'm trying to see what that looks like in my head, and I don't know.
It's crazy. It is crazy. And another interesting thing, too, as I'm doing this research, so opiates always look a very specific way. The pupils are pinpointed, a ton of sweating, normally always itching their face or nose or whatever. I watched body cam footage of the night of the incident. I've watched court footage when he said he was still using as that was going on. I've watched other footage. I've looked at pictures. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Yeah, because to be taking that much a day, there is no way you could just not take it one day. You're going to be in such severe withdrawal. It's ridiculous.
It's impossible. However, there were also statements, though, that apparently his wife and son found bags of pills in their house. And that added to the separation of her and him and everything, because they were kind of living apart. So the boat accident really took a toll on her. You know, they were the kings of the state.
Yeah.
Like, the kings of the state. And in that town, they literally owned the town, okay? So they were able to go and visit with Barrett and his wife and his family and talk openly about trafficking and all this stuff, whatever. He even had pictures above his fireplace and all that. The boating accident happened, and the national spotlight hit them. And they couldn't handle it.
I bet.
So that brings me to wonder what really happened that ended those two people.
Oh, what if... maybe I shouldn't even say it.
What?
I mean, I just came up with thinking, like, that just strikes me as she couldn't handle it anymore, okay? And the son just got in that big old ordeal with the boat crash. Mm-hmm. What if she wanted to rat on him to save her son? And was like, you're the real problem in this family. I should give them you to save your son.
Yeah. I just have
I have a hard time with that, though.
I have a hard time with that, too,
That
because
they
he
wouldn't-
tried to
he's
end
a lawyer.
himself for his other kid. So, do we have a father that shows
Yeah, but that affects
much
another
favoritism?
family. That affects another family. That affects more people.
What do you mean? That affects more
If he
people?
turns himself in and saves his son, that doesn't just affect him, that affects everyone else who's implicated.
Correct.
And he
Right.
could be like, no, they will literally come and kill you guys.
Yeah. I just wonder if there's some kind of worth to this idea that somebody else could have done it, you know? And this is just theory because, again, the coincidences. There are too many coincidences here. How many coincidences do we allow in a murder investigation? There shouldn't be any.
And the 2 guns has been a point of contention in this case from the beginning. If you followed it, you know that.
And
People
the guns
have-
are still missing.
Yeah.
But
and
2.
They're
so,
missing, and 2 different a shotgun and a rifle. I don't remember the kind.
A shotgun and a rifle, a very specific rifle that was actually stolen from what's his name? Paul, the one that, yeah, I think it's Paul, was stolen from Paul months earlier. It was a Christmas present, all this stuff, but they believe it was that rifle, and that
Paul's the
rifle has
son,
been
right?
missing for a long time.
The
yes.
son that passed.
Yes. So, you know, maybe we can get into a story on them digging deeper specifically into the event that happened that night.
But
you guys,
we kind of already did, but it was a while back.
Yeah.
And we didn't know as much.
You guys, this, again, violent crime, drugs. I'm sticking to my 90%, okay?
Yeah,
The 10% that I leave is for serial killers and road ragers.
I've almost been shot by a road rager.
I know.
So the drugs is such a big deal for me because I just know, and I'm sure a lot of other people do too, that when you do something wrong in you're involved in criminal activity, you do something wrong, people think that you screwed them over or that you will or whatever. Sometimes they can go after your family.
Yes.
So the fact that it was his family at the house, you know, it makes me, from the beginning, I have thought, how did he do it?
So
How did he do that?
you know what's interesting, and I
think he
I'm
knew,
not trying
if
to
anything. And I think he deserves to be where he is.
no matter what the outcome is, he deserves to be where he's at after all these coincidences and everything I'm seeing. But I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. Alex Murdaugh does not strike me as an intelligent guy. I understand he's a lawyer. I get it. Like, I understand it. But all of these decisions were so poorly looked at and handled and completed. I could be wrong. I
don't know. To the level of how well they were doing this, I mean, it could have been the other guy. What's his name again?
Barrett.
Mm-hmm. It could have been him really being the mastermind behind all of it.
It could have been.
And maybe Murdaugh was just a pawn in his game.
Yep. I just know that I keep going back to coincidences. Coincidences stand out and they bother me in murder cases, you guys. So the coincidence that, Barrett is a confirmed convicted trafficker with multiple occasions where he's been caught with huge, massive loads of dope. There's a coincidence that he's in a business partnership with Alex where they've owned 9 or 10 pieces of land, co-owned it. They're seen all over together like BFFs.
Yeah.
Barrett sells his family's land that also has an airstrip, access to water, no neighbors, and a quick drive to a highway, to an interstate highway. The coincidences. And the fact that Alex openly came out and said he is a massive drug addict. I think that Alex knew people knew about drugs in him, and he had to come up with a way to associate himself with drugs without being brought into the fold as a trafficker. And claiming you're an addict is a way to do that.
Yeah. For sure.
Yep. But I'm curious what you guys think. And do you see the connections here that I'm seeing? Or am I just way off the reservation with this, you know?
Yeah, I want to know, is this the airstrip they're talking about?
I don't know.
Because there is, like, something that reminds me of, like, an airport where it's, like,
it doesn't show it,
runways.
and their airstrip had blacktop.
Oh. Okay.
But anyways, I'm
trying to
curious
find
what
it.
you guys think, and yeah.
Yeah, I want to know what you guys think about it. If you've seen any of this, because when we first covered it, I didn't know all of this at all.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious if they're gonna come after him for some of this now.
Yeah, technically he's still the landowner in these situations, and they don't want it to go to Buster, even though all his finances have been frozen, everything. Essentially, they could still be using those pieces of land while he's still the owner. But, again, I want to know what you guys think. Am I way off the reservation here, or do these coincidences stand out? Do they make sense to you?
Yeah.
Let us know.
What's your theory? What's the connection?
What do you think?
So we're going to talk about the Kohberger alibi, the document recently, the objection by the defense to share an exact location of where Kohberger was on the night of the murders. So in this document, where is it? Right here. It says he was driving around that night.
Yeah.
So, for an alibi, standard, you say where you were, and then you have to have a specific location usually, and then you have a witness testify or video, something that like confirms it. Yep. And in this case, the prosecution was like, since they released that document, it was last week or the week before, saying that they were going to present an alibi. The prosecution was like, well, then tell us where your location was and the witnesses that you're going to use. And Taylor's basically saying, nah.
Yeah,
no.
She is.
And we read through this whole document on live stream. It'll be in our VODs on YouTube. And the language used is very interesting from what we saw.
I thought so too.
Really interesting. It really seems like she's throwing the prosecution under the bus. In the second paragraph, first page, it says, and I'm just going to read this real quick because that's what we kept going back to.
Yeah.
So, Idaho Code 19519 and ICR 12.1 require an alibi disclosure of a specific location with a specific location and witness to so testify. By statutory definition, Mr. Kohberger may remain silent yet testify that he was not at 1122 King Road, November 13th, 2022. However, in an abundance of caution and recognizing the court has authority to exclude witnesses, Mr. Kohberger has indicated he anticipates corroborating witnesses.
Yes.
Abundance of caution.
Yeah. No, I think that was a good call out. And like we talked about on the live stream, that the way things are worded in here matters. And in my opinion, this is the first time we see an attack on the prosecution in this situation. Every other time, I feel like she's been at least appearing understanding. Okay. Yeah. She's asked for the training history and records of those police officers, and did it in a very nice, respectful way to the prosecution. And this document doesn't feel so nice and understanding, in my opinion. I'm getting, like, we don't trust you.
That's what it seems like. And, I watched, I think it was Court TV, and I saw some people, some experts, basically, people in law enforcement and stuff, attorneys, I think, talking about it and saying, this seems like an admission more than anything. And I was thinking, well, yeah, okay, when I first read it, and this is what it says, okay? This is what it says word for word when they say what he was doing that night. Mr. Kohberger has long had a habit of going for drives alone. Often he would go for drives at night. He did so late on November 12th and into November 13th, 2022. Mr. Kohberger is not claiming to be at a specific location at a specific time. At this time, there is not a specific witness to say precisely where Kohberger was at each moment of the hours between those, November 12th, November 13th, in those early hours when the murders happened. He was out driving during the late night and early morning hours. So,
which we have confirmation statements of neighbors by him or next to him at his apartments saying that they were bothered by him being up late multiple times, whether it was vacuuming or being active or whatever.
I
and
wanted
that
to
just
bring that
shows
up.
A history. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I have a video here of a lady who, which it's on News Nation, but it also says Lime. Okay, so it sounds like News Nation is the one that had a reporter on the ground.
Okay.
But this is posted to Law and Crime. And she interviewed the neighbor. It was below him, I believe, right? And yeah, she said he was always up late and they heard loud sounds like vacuuming. They said they thought he was a night person. So I guess, I don't know if I need to play it now. That's the gist of it.
I mean, I would play it.
Okay.
Who lives downstairs from Kohberger, and she told me she had really never met him, only to say hi, and only learned his name last Friday after that search warrant was executed.
Did you ever hear anything up there or anything like that?
Yeah, we heard loud sounds during the night.
Yeah.
Many times.
Yeah.
Not just one sentence. So it seemed like he's a night person, not do a lot of things during the day, but during the night he's active.
Right.
To like clean the floor sometimes, vacuum. It's very loud sound.
I thought that was interesting. It was also cleaning sounds. Like, they were talking about him cleaning his car with gloves. He's up late cleaning his floor and vacuuming a lot.
That's a good call
Maybe
out.
He's a clean freak. Maybe he's OCD.
Yeah. Totally could be.
That made me think, okay, we were talking about last night when we were live streaming and talking about this, like somebody in the chat said, well, I like to go on drives when I suffer with insomnia. I like to go on drives at night. It helps me relax and stuff. And we talked about that. So, yes, it raises a red flag that he was out driving around that night. But I think that's pretty much confirmed by the cell towers. Even though it can't be pinpoint, it does look like he was moving around. And you can't tell unless you're switching from one side of the tower to the other. Well, see, he connected to a different tower that night. Okay. So then that is more than likely confirmation, depending on if the tower's further away, and that can happen. Yeah. If the tower's full. So I have the map that the prosecution is saying that this is the evidence, everything they have from security camera footage at businesses to the like cell tower and stuff. This is how they've put together this map of where he drove.
Okay.
So it says August 21st, his phone is picked up close to Moscow murder house between 10:34 and 11:35 p.m. He makes 11 subsequent visits before November 13th murders.
So that's fake.
Yeah.
It's not possible to know when there's a single tower in a town.
And he was going there for work.
Well, and that doesn't even matter, though. Still, there's no way for them to know. There is no way for them to know. So the reason why he's there, any of that, none of that matters because they literally can't know where he was.
It just seems like cherry picking information.
It's not cherry picking. They just don't know. So we've covered this topic a bunch. There's 3 sides to a tower, you guys. You can only be connected to whatever side of that tower you're on, okay? You can be bounced back and forth between one or the other if you're like in between one of the 3 sides, but all towers are triangular like this, okay? And when you're on one side of those, unless there is a second, third, fourth, just for kicker, tower, they don't know how far you're at. So on one of those sides, it might give you coverage 10 miles out. If they say you're connected to that side, it is a guessing game if you're 100 feet from the tower or if you're 10 miles from the tower. There is no way to know. None.
Right, so it's all just you're connected in that direction.
Correct.
Like eastward or
Yes.
north,
Yes.
like it's just in a straight line until the end of the coverage.
Absolutely.
So they can't tell how weak or like strong your signal is to it or anything like that.
Nope, too many factors. I'm sure the cell tower can say you have a weak connection or not, but just some of the things that impact that are the function of your phone, the SIM card. Is your SIM card secure in your phone or is it getting a faulty connection to the pins that are in there? Like, it's an endless amount.
There's also sometimes like, like I go into stores, like Target's a bad one where for some reason it's like they have a blocker in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's
now,
weird stuff like that too.
Cell tower data is reliable. I'm not saying all cell tower data is not reliable. It's reliable when you have multiple towers to triangulate. That's why we call it triangulating, because if you have one tower here, and one tower here, this tower will tell you that you're on this side or whatever, and then this tower can tell you're on this side, this can tell you're on this side. What they'll do is gauge the strength on all 3 of those towers and create a round saying, okay, so they were somewhere in this, and it's pretty accurate at that point. Mm-hmm. So, usually within 50 to 100 feet.
So now we go to the night of the murders. November 13th, 2022 at 2:42 a.m., Kohberger's phone is picked up near his home in Pullman, Washington. Now, 2:47, it starts to begin traveling south through Pullman before going offline. Then, 4 a.m. to 4:20 is when the murders take place. Then, 4:48...
How do they know he was going south?
I don't know. 4:48, Kohberger's phone pings again on Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow. 5:30 a.m. arrives back home. Then 9 a.m. his phone begins to move. 9:32, phone is picked up near Moscow murder house. 12:36, drives past Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand, which is way down south in Clarkston, like way down here.
Funny, that's titled Bryan Kohberger's Stalking.
12:46, he visits an Albertsons grocery store.
Yep.
So, I mean, I think they were claiming he picks up another cell tower down here.
Okay, then
on the
that
southern
would at least
part.
be a little more reliable.
Yeah.
Two is a lot more reliable than 1.
Right.
Yes.
So I thought that was interesting. That's what they're claiming his whole path was. And I'm really curious when, Ann Taylor gets her experts in there, if they're going to claim it was a different route. Or, I'm so curious how this is going to end up being argued. Because now it's, going to be the battle of the experts. And who could be correct? Who are you more doubtful of? There's no way to be exact unless we have cameras, at every corner to see every turn he made.
Yeah.
Or somewhere he stopped at the time of the murders. That's the only... It's whoever's going to present the case better.
What's interesting here, okay, is we've seen all this footage of the car, all the leaked footage, the Linda Lane, the... dude, I hate that video where you cannot tell what car it is. You just see them doing a turn each time.
Yep.
You have no idea what car that is.
No
they
idea.
Could be dropping dope in that trash can there and somebody else coming and picking it up. That could be a drop spot, you guys.
It could be.
So why so many people think that's Kohberger's car, I don't know. But those things bother me because to me, and what we promise you guys is an unbiased entertainment conversation from us. And when you're looking at information like this, you're looking at it biased. You're looking at it through a lens. You've got to be able to get to a point emotionally where you're willing to accept that he's innocent, okay? And he should be innocent until proven guilty, and accept that he's guilty.
Yeah, be able to accept it either way.
Or. Correct. Yeah. And if you're not in a place where you can do that, where you can accept one or the other, regardless of what you think you believe your opinion is, I suggest you work towards that.
Yeah, because neither of us are trying to say it either way. We're not saying Bryan's innocent. We're not saying he's guilty. We're saying there's holes in this evidence, and hopefully those are filled.
When somebody's life is on the line, in my opinion, you guys, and we can even go back to the YNW Melly case, a lot of people, talk some trash to us because I said I was not comfortable enough to convict him in that situation, because if he would have been convicted, 8 out of 12, or wait, 6? No, 8. It's 8. 8 out of 12 jurors would have said, yes, he's guilty. He would have gone for the death penalty. When somebody's life is on the line, I need to be sure. I need Gilgo Beach type evidence is what I need.
Yeah.
And there were enough question marks in YNW Melly's case. And does YNW Melly look guilty? Yes. Is he guilty based on that evidence beyond a reasonable doubt? No, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This is very similar, where this is not beyond a reasonable doubt to me. A man's life is on the line. I mean, this man's life that's on the line could be named anything. In this case, it just so happens to be Bryan Kohberger, and it just so happens to be about these unfortunate people that ended way too quick, right? But his life is still on the line. It is still a man's life, and I value all life. So, in order for me to be bought in, I need to be sure.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also interested because, okay, they don't show a line of him driving to Moscow. He did not go from Pullman down to this I-95 and go to Moscow. No. I mean, well, I guess
the route
that's the
they're
gap.
saying back, right?
That's the route back. So his phone turned off, and so he's unaccounted for an hour.
I have question marks all over this picture, and we'll have this picture up the whole time we're talking through this. I'll put it on the screen for you guys, but
that is questionable, though. If you think about it, why, if he's going for a drive that night, does he turn off his phone?
His phone could have died.
Did it die, or I mean, that's weird, though.
It's not
I know,
weird.
but we're talking about coincidence. That's a hell of a coincidence that you go out driving.
Okay, so...
You're in that area... Or wait.
Okay, so...
Wait a minute.
I have to charge my phone, you guys, and I have an iPhone, okay? I have to charge my phone twice a day. I use my phone all day long because of the type of job I have, okay? Is it possible if I'm tired, having an insomnia situation going on, have music playing, whatever, that my phone could die? Absolutely. It's happened to me multiple times. I think, yes, this is a coincidence, but there's explainable other theories. I think that's the big difference between coincidences, where the other theories can explain it too, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. But what?
The only thing, okay, so it's weird. His phone doesn't turn back on until he's already on 95 south of Moscow.
Not true, because he's only on one tower. You got to remember that. This is somebody else's story.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think they're pinging him down here where it's another tower.
But we gotta pull up that tower map
and
know.
They're filling in this line between Moscow and number 5, okay, that you can see on the screen. They're filling in these lines and around town with like his route with supposedly surveillance footage in some areas. Mm-hmm. So they're claiming that surveillance footage that they have, which I don't think we've seen all of it, like we've only seen a screenshot of it, is for sure his car. Now, I'm thinking, I had this impression in my head the whole time, and I don't know why. Maybe I was just like blind to the facts. I don't understand. I thought they literally had his phone near the King Road residence the night of the murders. Like, had a cell tower ping that they were claiming, which I know is not reliable, was there around the time of the murders.
No.
They're also claiming that his phone connected to the router, but his phone was turned off the entire time.
I know. Somebody called that out, and we didn't catch that on one of our videos. So that's why I love our viewers. I appreciate you guys, because that should have been caught.
I didn't see that comment.
That should have been caught.
But I'm trying to connect this because I feel like I've heard claims about his phone being in that area around those times, it connecting to the router, but none of that can be true if his phone was off the whole time.
Agreed.
And how are we confirming this surveillance is of his car? I want to know, did they catch a license plate? Did they catch a picture of him, like in the picture, him with the window rolled down? Like, how do we know it's his car for sure? Because if it's just a white Hyundai Elantra, there's 22,000 of those.
Which we'll have another story on that too. That a different white Hyundai Elantra, but
because just a couple surveillance videos, 1, 2. That cannot tell you a whole route a car went around a town. That can just tell you they passed by it.
That's why I'm questioning this case in the way that I am. Because, again, I go back to a man's life is on the line. He is going to be put to death.
By firing squad?
Yeah. Yeah.
Which that was a news update last week, guys.
But no, this isn't solid, in my opinion. This isn't solid, okay? And even the pictures that we see of the Hyundai Elantra...
They look horrible.
And they have really dark tinted windows. And so... what someone's going to say when they're watching this is, it's dark. You can't tell what tint they are.
Oh, yes, you can.
No, you're right. I can't tell what tint it is. But what I can tell you is that the front tint is the same as the back tint. Now go look at Kohberger's car. So, you're right. I can't tell how tinted. But I can tell that Kohberger's car has a different tint on his back windows and his front windows, and the one in the picture has identical tint on the back and the front. So,
how can you tell that then?
just by looking at the
'cause they
image.
just look
It's
the
just
same?
light reflection. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Because black absorbs light, okay? And there's enough light in that picture for the car to go by that we're able to see the side of the car. So there's enough light for that tint on the windows to absorb it. Now, taking that into account, if you would have had two different tints on those windows, you would have seen a difference. They both would have been dark, but you would be able to see a difference. You cannot. You cannot. It is identical tint. It is aftermarket tint on those windows. Kohberger's car has stock.
Right. His has stock tint.
Correct.
It does, where it's
Yes.
darker in the back and lighter in the front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, one thing I'll say is I think there's been some blending of the facts a little bit, is because this is like the first I've actually looked at this map and like tried to think about it, like how they have this set up and stuff. But I feel like this whole thing with him supposedly being in that area 11 times before the murders and like with the cell tower data, I feel like that's got blended, because I swear I remember them saying they have cell phone tower pings of him there on the day of the murders.
I'm sure somebody
And
did say
now
that,
they're
but you
saying
have to
he-
go
he-
back to the unreliability of that.
His phone didn't even turn off until it.
I know.
It didn't even turn off like while he was on the way to Moscow.
I
He
know.
was still in Pullman when his phone went off.
I know. Yeah.
And then there's claiming that there are surveillance footage of his car over there, and that's how they're saying this happened.
Yeah.
What if he didn't go to Moscow at all? What if that's a totally different car and he went down this way and was driving it down around here
I
and
know.
went up to Moscow?
I know. Yeah. All these things are totally possible. I think that's why
Well, no, actually, I don't think that's possible.
we emphasize the data on the cell phones.
I'm no like expert when it comes to this stuff, but I'm just trying to think also how her experts would try to like debunk this and reroute it.
I just need a beyond a reasonable doubt to put somebody to death, okay?
Yeah.
So the prosecution's probably glad I'm not sitting on the jury, because I need concrete, period, point blank, Gilgo style evidence to make me feel comfortable and be able to go to sleep at night putting someone, on the table. So
And there is circumstantial evidence that can be very, very compelling and like,
oh yeah,
like,
circumstantial
oh, yeah.
evidence is like,
oh yeah,
there are
they
cases
did
that have been won on only circumstantial evidence. Absolutely.
So it's not like I need like straight up his blood is there, his fingerprints are all over the murder
No.
weapon. I don't need that level of evidence to think someone's guilty, but what's here right now, I don't know. But where's the part, do you remember the part where it was like really throwing them under the bus? Isn't it right here?
It's the second statement of right to testimony and allow witnesses in and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that real quick and then move on to the other, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it basically says their analysis is under the way. The defense has been, diligently working to analyze and do its own investigation. Okay, notably, the defense had to obtain a court order to receive relevant discovery materials. That delay hampers the defense's investigation.
Yep.
Okay, I don't think this is where it is. Isn't there? Okay, it's right here. Okay, the state's motion, which is their motion to compel him to give a specific location and a witness. So and Taylor saying the state's motion is an attempt to force the defense to open its work product files and let the state peek inside. The defense has stated all that can firmly be stated at this time. This is not trial by ambush from the defense. This is the defense requesting information as quickly as possible, yet in some instances face the delay of requesting a court order to obtain information. The state continually, I can't like... Continually uses those opportunities to attempt to force a waiver of a speedy trial. That is a decision left to Mr. Kohberger and Mr. Kohberger alone. So, Mr. Kohberger was out driving alone. Corroborating evidence may come from cross-examination of state's witnesses. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So they're going to try to use the state's witnesses against them.
Yes, they are. Absolutely. And that's what we talked about before, actually. That's what I thought was going to happen. Because this whole time, okay, I have thought that Kohberger was in his car alone. And I don't believe there's some big conspiracy here going on, and we're going to do another video on the Idaho 4 where we talk a little bit about that because I think that's important. But if let's just pretend there was some big conspiracy. Like, in order to set somebody up, you need to be able to know that they're in a position where they could be set up. So they would only be able to be set up if they were alone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So just pretend that's going on here, which I don't think it is, but pretend that's going on here. They would already know that he was alone.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
And I think wherever he was driving, it's probably... Look, if I'm an insomniac and I want to go driving, do I want to go driving at night in lights and city? Or do I want to go driving somewhere calm and dark? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Calm and dark.
Yeah, and the route of like going from Pullman to Moscow and then down around would kind of make sense for that, honestly. Because you like drive through the places you know and then go off like on a, lonely little highway and go back home. Now, does it also look super sus and your phone was off while you were in that area? Yeah, it does look sus. Yep. But, I mean...
Is it explainable? Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
To cause reasonable doubt.
But also, they're going to have defense experts. She's continuing to say Mr. Kohberger will keep complying to his duty to disclose information.
Yeah.
And I thought this was super interesting. I thought it was really interesting how she kind of took a firm stance and threw them under the bus and was like, look, they're trying to mess with us and make him waiver his right to a speedy trial by, making us over and over ask and file these motions to compel them to give us the information, delaying our ability to build a proper defense for this guy. They're playing super dirty.
Yeah.
Judge, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what she's saying. They're playing dirty.
A good example on here, too, is it says, I think a lot of times... Because we're so caught up in the case, you could look at an ant through a microscope and not realize that there's a whole ant colony around it. When you take a step back from the situation, you're actually able to see the entire situation. And it states in here that they've only had this information for 2 weeks. And the prosecution is expecting them to go through all this data and come up with evidence of the alibi in just 2 weeks.
Right.
That's not that much time, you guys.
It's not nearly enough time.
And the alibi is not the only thing they're working on. They're going to be working on other things, too.
Absolutely.
So,
refuting all of the evidence the prosecution's going to bring to the table.
Absolutely.
There's a ton that goes into this. I'm sure Ann Taylor has, like, a lot of help.
Yes.
They have people looking through this stuff constantly, but I do think that's really messed up because if he waivers his right to a speedy trial, it could take years. This trial could take years.
Yeah, his life is gone, and if he waives the right to a speedy trial, then they're hoping on people forgetting about, you know what I mean?
That is probably what they're trying to do. They don't want as many eyes on this case.
They want it to
die down a little
go
bit.
away from a speedy trial, and then they'll let off the gas.
Yep.
So shady.
But, I mean, maybe I'll just save this for another time. the press conference, because we've been talking about this for a while.
Yeah.
You know what? I think it's honestly better for a live stream anyway. So come check out the live stream, and we're going to talk about a contradiction that is in the press conference that kind of goes back to the 40% of students not wanting to come back and needing to find a suspect quickly, and the loss of money and all that, because we did Why Money Matters, like the finances video about all of this.
Money and drugs is what I find
go hand in hand.
The most important thing in most cases.
Right.
Like,
if it's not one, it's the other type of thing.
And I stand by 90% of violent crimes have drugs to do with it somehow. So
I'd feel more comfortable with that stat if you said money or drugs.
Yeah, I think it's drugs. I think they go hand in hand, in my opinion.
Yep, but I thought the Alibi, this motion was really enlightening in a lot of ways. Like kind of the tensions between the two sides.
Yep.
Like, because we all speculated these things. Ann Taylor was really professional and nice in court.
She was.
When she was addressing this stuff. But, you know, we're behind the scenes like, we kind of see what's going on here. But
Absolutely.
this really confirms it.
They
are not
does.
happy with the way the state is handling it.
I know it. And one of the interesting things here, too, is well, actually, I'll save it. I'll save that statement until,
Okay.
Yep.
But let us know what you guys thought of the Alibi, what we have of it so far. Do you think that it's super shady he was out driving around that night? Like, does this confirm your belief of guilty or innocence? Does it make you rethink it? Because at first, it was like red flag.
Yeah.
I was like, ooh, why did he say that? Why did he admit that?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, here's the thing,
But that's
though.
what they were saying on court TV. Like, they were like, he just admitted he was in the area.
Yeah.
But he kind of didn't.
No,
He said he was
didn't.
out driving around.
Yeah. No. Okay. Two things were admitted there, if you didn't pick it up. The first one is he was not at 1122, okay? That's the first admission. The second admission is that he was out driving around. He did not confirm he was in Moscow.
No, he never said I was in Moscow.
No.
He just said I
Nope.
was out driving around.
Nope. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. You
So
guys.
interesting. I'm waiting to see more.
Yeah, I know. Me too. And I just hope we get the right guy.
Yeah, and it's our whole point of covering this case isn't like to delve into conspiracy theories and like, prove that he's innocent. We want justice for the victims just as bad as everybody else does. Like,
Yes.
I feel like the people on the side who are like, there's no doubt he's the guy. We believe the police. They kind of make themselves appear like their whole point is we want justice for the victims.
Yep.
It's all about the victims, and I agree. Like,
It is all about the victims.
My issue is the wrong person going down for this. I want the right person going down for it. I want real justice for the victims, which is the truth. Justice is the truth.
Yeah, and I want 4 victims and 1 criminal to be caught in this situation, not 5 victims.
Right.
Because if he's not the guy, we just victimized him,
Right.
And that scares me. That scares me for anybody because I imagine myself in that situation and how horrible that would be.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, let us know what you think.
Yep.
And we will keep following this for you and
For
with
ourselves,
you.
too. Yeah, with you.
Mm-hmm. All right, you guys. So we just got off one of the Idaho 4 topics where we were going through the alibi and talking about the car and cell tower evidence because it correlates with the alibi. And make sure you check out the live stream where we talk through all of it piece by piece. But one of the other topics I really, really, really wanted to bring up, and honestly, I was a little nervous about bringing this topic up because I don't want to turn into one of those creators where I'm suggesting what the viewer does. For some reason, that bothers me when you have content creators out there that are like suggesting to the viewer how they should watch their entertainment or videos and what they should do with it, right? And you have people that are like, look, you guys, you got to make sure you're doing this and you got to make sure you're doing that. Look, our channel, there's no stipulations. You don't got to make sure you're doing anything. I need to make sure that I'm giving you good content so that you enjoy coming here and we can talk through this together, you know? So I don't know why that bothers me so much, but it does. But I wanted to bring this up to more...
You just don't like telling people what to do.
I feel like it's disrespectful because we're here creating content for them.
Right.
While we're hopefully going to be at a point where we benefit from that and are able to do it more full time for them, you know? So it's not that I don't like telling people what to do. I was a people manager for over a decade. I'm really good and comfortable telling people what to do, but in this situation, it just comes off weird to me.
I didn't mean that. Like, I feel like you kind of took it a different way. I mean, like, telling all your viewers, this is what you need to do. This is how you need to watch your content. Like, you're some kind of authority on it. And if you're not doing it that way, then you're doing it wrong. You're doing something bad.
Right.
It's like pointing a finger at people.
Exactly. Yeah. And I don't like it. I feel like we're all adults here. We should be able to consume anything. But so I want to be able to bring up these couple topics. And again, I'm trying to do it in a way where we aren't throwing anyone under the bus, but it needs to be brought up and it needs to be talked about, okay? So, with the Idaho 4, there have been a ton of theories that have came out, you guys. Yep. And as they come out, we want to keep coming out with them, too, to present them with you, you know? And one of the things that we promise to do is that we're going to give honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting content. And any information we have, we're going to share that information with you, no matter what. We are not going to censor anything. That's another thing that bothers me, is when creators try to censor the information. I don't feel like that's my place to do that for another adult. I feel like it's just my job to offer you something that you want to watch. You know what I mean? So, anyways, what am I talking about that I'm sitting here literally just blabbing on about? So, 2 different videos have come out, or topics have come out, okay? The first one being the dot situation.
Yep.
Right? And the second one, the new one, being this Kara Willis, who I don't even know, have no idea who it is.
Kara Willis?
Yeah.
Who is Kara Willis?
It's somebody that I don't know. I don't know who Kara Willis is. But what it does is essentially says that these crimes happened at another location, not the house. Okay. So this is not the first time I've heard this theory. You know, the first video that we put out that got real big, the drug theory video, we had a lot of people who were like really bought on to that, and they felt like it made a lot of sense to them. So we had people reaching out with information they have, which I appreciate. I love. Please keep doing that, you guys. I want to know information, even if it debunks or contradicts what I'm saying. Like, I don't want an echo chamber here. So what Kara says is, she says, you know, I have information, I'm going to speak out about it, and it makes so much sense, okay? You have the Idaho 4, and for some reason, and nobody knows why, but for some reason, there's no evidence in that house, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because those crimes happened somewhere else, and they were brought back to the house.
Immediately, I just don't feel like that can be true.
Me neither. And that's why I wanted to bring this up, because it's important for us you guys, us, to be able to look at this situation unbiased. And one thing I want to bring up is I feel like everybody, you know what, I'll talk about myself. I feel like myself in any situation, if I approach it biased, I am very easily swayed into a theory that doesn't make logical sense.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're emotionally bought in, you're biased, and you start, like, swaying that way. You're like, oh, yeah, like, that could make sense. You know, the main reason I don't think that's possible is, for one, Steve, the dad, gosh, how do you say the last name again? Goncalves or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not...
Goncalves.
I'm not going to do this right now. So embarrassed. Goncalves. Mm-hmm. I think that's how you say it, right? Okay.
I don't remember.
Anyway, I'm so sorry. Apologies.
Names are not our strong suit, and I've said this a million times, and people got so mad at us for mixing up names in the comments. But you guys, look, I have a very specific type of ADHD that causes me not to be able to remember names and words if I'm not active while I'm talking. I will forget literally basic words like the word the, just like words nobody should ever forget, but I can't help it. I cannot help it.
That's why you always hear me jumping in to replace a word for him or something, because I can tell he's forgetting a word.
Yeah.
And we just know each other well.
Yeah.
It probably gets annoying, but that's why, just so you know.
Yeah.
But I don't have an excuse. I just forget names. Like, I don't have some rare form of ADHD. I don't know why. I'm just not good with names. I'm good with faces, not names. Maybe I do have ADD. I don't know. Anyway, he has video of the girls, of Kaylee and Maddie, being dropped off.
Okay. Yeah.
Kaylee's father has video of them being dropped off at home.
Okay.
So if he has hit their security camera that was out front or wherever, it was out front, of them being dropped off home, then surely he would have footage of them being taken around.
Yes.
And also the blood seeping down the foundation. How much blood was in that home is indicative of it happening there.
Yeah, no. That's a good call out. I was just sitting here thinking about that for a minute because I didn't realize that they had the security cam footage like on the house of them coming home. So, okay. And the one thing that I thought of when I heard this, because I got to be honest, you guys, I didn't even finish it all the way yet because we were on a time crunch to make sure we did finished up investigating for the topics that we're doing tonight and everything. I didn't have time, but the first thing I thought is, I don't know how much experience you guys have, like, carrying bodies. That sounds so bad.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, a drunk friend. Imagine carrying a drunk friend who's dead weight home. Okay,
so...
bodies are heavy.
Oh, my gosh. Dead weight is so heavy and so awkward. And the reason why it's awkward is because of our limbs. It is, if you gave me a 150-pound ball of solid, secure weight, and none of it's going to be moving around, most men, adult men could pick it up and haul it around, throw it all over the place like it's nothing, no problem, like a bag of cement, okay? But when you add in limbs, and each limb is probably 5 or more pounds, the legs are probably way heavier, like that weight is moving. It is a motioned weight, okay?
Yeah.
It is very hard to carry.
It's not like this nice, neat little ball or box or bag. It's like, it's a body.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, times that by 4, okay? Now, think of the amount of time it would take. So you have 4 people that you're putting into a house, some of them on the second story. How many people would you need to make that happen? Probably 1 person per limb to do it in any
I think you would need
not hours,
to do it in a very short amount of time. I mean, it probably could be done if the guys were like pretty built, 1 per 1, 4 guys.
No way,
You're
dude.
better off if you're doing it quickly, having
why
2 for 1.
The reason why I say that is because you have to remember DNA. That person said there's no evidence on site because they were moved there. If you had somebody that threw them over a shoulder, right, a not a live person, right, and ended in the way that they did, that is going everywhere. You would have more evidence doing that
Absolutely.
than the way that it was done.
Moving
okay?
the bodies, absolutely. There would be more evidence.
So right away, I start seeing holes here. And the whole reason I wanted to bring it up at all is I just want to make sure that we're all in the understanding here, you, the viewers, us here, that in order to get the truth, which is the justice in any situation, you've got to be able to approach everything unbiased. And this is just a reminder for myself even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you get bought into this idea that Bryan is innocent, you're no longer looking for the truth, you're looking for why he's innocent, which is the same mistake the police made
allegedly.
If they worked backwards, like the working theory is, to get him, which doesn't mean he's innocent, doesn't mean he's guilty, but if the police worked backwards in this situation, the people that are working towards his innocence are essentially doing the same thing.
Yeah, making the same exact mistake.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if you go ahead and you make your decision on his guilt, then there's no way you're going to find the truth. And when you have, like, okay, one guy, what is his name again? It's the detective that's, like, notorious for solving cold cases.
Who?
He was involved in, gosh dang it, I thought I wrote it down. He was involved in the
Do you remember the case?
JonBenet case.
Okay.
Gosh,
It doesn't matter. What about him?
anyway, I mean he died, but he's like really good at coming in and solving cold cases because he goes through a process of elimination. He doesn't come in and decide, okay, I think it was the parents, which is what the police did.
Yep.
They came in and decided it was the parents, and then they all their evidence pointed to that and ignored all the evidence that pointed away.
Right. Which isn't a conspiracy, by the way, you guys. And
not
that's
at
why
all.
I lean on that. That is just a human flaw.
We're going to get into it next. I'm going to talk about JonBenet next and all of that.
That's just the human condition, and that's the downside of having emotions and not being a sociopath. You know what I mean?
That's
it's
the downside.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're right.
Let's be honest.
There's pros
here.
and cons to everything.
Absolutely. So, but I just think we should all be very careful with these theories, and I think that a lot of these theories are a lot easier to approach once you get to a place where you're comfortable being unbiased and understanding that, look, let's just name 5 of them where Bryan could be innocent. He could have some kind of FBI connection and being set up. I've heard that one. He could be the driver. I've heard that one. He could be the killer. I've heard that one, obviously. He could be just there buying drugs. You know what I mean? Like, any of these things could end up being true.
Yeah.
And we got to get to a place where we're comfortable being able to accept that.
Yeah, and, I want to say this. It's everybody's right to speculate.
Oh,
okay?
for sure.
It is
100%.
your right to speculate. And there's a gag order. It's sealed. We don't know what, like, for real evidence they have, but we can guesstimate based on what they've given us. And usually in the affidavit, they give you the hard-hitting evidence.
Absolutely.
Okay? And their hard-hitting evidence in the affidavit is crap. It's crap.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of true crime channels.
It's not crap. It's just not a slam dunk.
No, there's a lot of holes. Okay, there's a ton of holes, and it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how he could have done that by himself.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't get it.
Without a history of
without training in
escalation,
some way or something.
evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah, you made me
It's
forget
not that
where I
it's
was
not
going with
possible, it's just
that.
unlikely.
Highly unlikely, I
Yep.
think.
Yep.
But there's a lot of true crime channels out there that I see, which I respect. I respect them. I like them. I watch them
all of them.
personally.
Yeah.
But I hear them say stuff like, you know, kind of putting down sleuths online, putting down people that speculate like it's disrespectful to the victims and the families, and like to believe the cops and everything they say, and these are the facts because it comes from the cops. And I support cops 100%, and I do think they will give us the facts as they see them. Mm-hmm. Okay?
Human condition.
But
Yep.
yes, like we're people, we make mistakes, and
Yes.
I don't think speculation is such a bad thing, okay? I think there's a fine line between going straight out in conspiracy tin hat area and speculating and trying to be unbiased and not, like, demonizing any party.
I agree.
Because I think a lot of people could take some of our things that we've done and try to run with it that way. Like, we're demonizing the police,
Yep.
and they could try to twist it that way.
Yep.
But I'm here to give you the PSA now that we're not. We
Yep.
support the police, but we also support the justice system in the fact that he should be considered innocent until proven guilty.
Yep.
Not the other way around.
Yep.
Which is what it is right now.
Yes.
In the mainstream media.
In the
is that
mainstream
he
media.
is guilty. It
Yep.
needs to be proven innocent.
Right.
You cannot tell
Right.
me any different. That is exactly how they are presenting it.
Yep, which again, he could be guilty, but we should be looking at it by our human rights as citizens
Yes.
of the U.S., you know?
Yes.
Yep, I agree with you 100%.
And I don't feel like it's a slam dunk. Now, if I
No,
felt like
I
it was
don't feel like
Gilgo
it's a
Beach
slam
slam dunk, then I...
No, Gilgo Beach is a slam dunk. Like, let's be real
Yeah.
here. That evidence is insane. You got, like, take the DNA out of it. It's insane evidence. Like, that is incredible, mind-blowing evidence.
I know it is.
It is insane. That
And
is
he has
what I
a
call
very
the slam
clear
dunk.
history of stalking and
Very
harassing sex
clear.
workers. So,
Yep, they proved the phone was in his hand while he was harassing, adult workers, and
I have
so
more
on.
Gilgo Beach tonight too. So we'll
Yeah.
get into that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So just be careful with these theories. And
Yeah.
honestly, I think that there's a place in the crime community where we can be more accepting of each other. So, like, I appreciate that these theories are out there. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm not saying that there's a problem with these theories.
No.
What I'm saying is that it's important to be solid and confident enough in your unbiased opinion to look at the facts, that nothing out there should be able to sway you emotionally in a negative way or a positive way.
And I think police are biased in the reasons they hate sleuths because they don't want to be called out. For one, they don't want their cards. They don't want their cards revealed.
I don't know about that.
They don't want their cards revealed. They don't want people leaking things, which I understand.
That's putting them in a box, though.
No, okay. So
it's not they.
Recently,
there might be some officers that look at it like that. Sometimes it's case-based.
In Portland, in
Yeah.
Austin, in many cases around the country right now, police are saying, like, stop sleuthing. Like, maybe this will put this, make the sleuths quiet for a while. Like, they're putting them down in their press conferences and their statements.
Yeah, and before that was mainstream media. They've always done that.
And I think, I think some people think, oh, yeah, like, maybe I shouldn't, like, entertain other theories and stuff. Maybe I should only look at what the police tell me or the facts.
I feel like
but
that just puts police in a negative light.
No, I understand why they wouldn't like it. I'm not saying it's negative. I think them as police are working hard to go out and try to get the facts.
Yeah.
And when people go online and start trying to call them out false or truthful call outs, it's frustrating. Because people call into the cops and report things and will say, you guys missed this. And I think it causes some issues.
Maybe. I don't know.
And I understand why they don't like it, but in the same respect, it's our right to do it.
No, absolutely.
And we should.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I don't know if that's the case, though. I just don't feel comfortable putting a blanket statement on it that, you know, the reason why they don't like sleuths is because they don't want to be judged. They're a public servant. They're supposed to be in the public. All their information is public. Everything they do is public. Body cam footage is public. Everything's public. So I think it, for real, can affect the case, and it just needs to be done in a conscious way. So,
yeah,
but
the consciousness is like the important part of all of it, I think.
Yeah, I think if you have a police officer that you're saying can't handle being judged by the public when he's a public servant, that sounds negative to me.
I don't know. I think it can be frustrating is what I'm saying. Because
Maybe.
it was said in the Moscow case, too, in their press conferences.
Yeah.
That, you know, listen to the facts we're telling you, not what people are speculating about online.
Yeah.
Like, there's a difference between people speculating and saying they're speculating and people speculating and presenting it like it's a fact.
Yeah, I get that. Yep, absolutely. But anyways, that is the topic I wanted to cover. Hope you guys got where we were coming from there. And when you see somebody in our comments that has a different idea, theory, opinion than you do, we should appreciate each other in this setting and in this situation, because otherwise, if we all had the same opinion, all we'd be doing is shouting down an echo chamber. I can't think of anything more boring than that, you guys. That sounds like the most boring thing in the world. I like debating. I like bouncing ideas and questions off people. I like people coming out and saying, yo, you got this wrong. Let me tell you why. Like, I enjoy that. I appreciate that. I like being judged. Maybe some police don't. I do. So I appreciate all of you, and I hope you all appreciate each other, even when you have different opinions, okay? And you know,
I appreciate you more than him.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure we don't get caught and bogged down into, like, conspiracy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want to
Because,
do that either.
That I feel like that's like a death penalty for a content creator, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, let us know what you think. Let us know how you're feeling about it. What did you think about the dot information that came out? What did you think about the Kara Willis information about the bodies being moved and all that stuff that came out? I'm curious to know what you guys think, because I've actually heard quite a few people bring that up. That idea that they could have been moved. That is not easy. And that is, you guys just think about it. They had cuts all over their body, okay?
Gaping.
All over their body. And you're moving that body. If we did that, then there wouldn't.
Blood trail.
There would. It would be all over the people doing the carrying. There would probably be enough blood out of them that they wouldn't have had it seep all the way outside, like
to the foundation of the house.
Yes, absolutely. But as always, I really want to know what you guys think about this, and we appreciate your input.
Yeah. You want to know something odd that I noticed that I just want to say real quick, and then we'll move on. You know that the 911 call was a call about someone being unconscious. When you see like a bunch of people stabbed and blood everywhere, why would you call in someone's unconscious on the floor? Why wouldn't it be like, oh my gosh, they've been stabbed to death and there's blood everywhere? Isn't that a little weird? Because they didn't. Weird. That is what the police said, and that was asked about in the press conference.
Are you sure the 911 call has been released to verify that?
It has not been released, but that's why I wanted to talk about the press conference.
Okay.
They talk about the 911 call, But he won't release they won't release who called, but a reporter inquires, an unconscious body, like an unconscious person, don't you think they would have said something different? And he said, that's just what we got. We got a report saying there was an unconscious person, not people, person.
Okay.
But the real scene is a bloody massacre.
Yeah.
So police didn't know.
Strange.
They did not know what he said. The police did not know what they were rolling up to until they walked in the house and saw it for themselves. They thought it was an unconscious person.
That's super strange. Super, super strange. Wow. Okay.
Just come check out the live stream. We're going to talk about this press conference.
Yep. We are. But anyways, we appreciate you. Let us know what you think.
Yeah. Recently, we did like an overview of the JonBenet Ramsey case, past theories. We got a lot of comments about it.
Yes.
You know, because there's clearly some of you out there that really know this case and know it well. So I want to read a couple of those comments and shout out to you guys for knowing your stuff with it, because you guys said some stuff I didn't know. One comment was that the Ramseys, and this is from Janice Scott, she said, the Ramseys hosted a party and lots of neighbors were in their home. We did say that. So they saw the layout. Apparently, a man that rented a room from the Ramseys' elderly neighbors came to the party. The Ramseys were generous and innocent and let strangers in their home because of the holiday. And also, JonBenet did not wet the bed that night. Her mom got up early because they had an early flight. Now, actually, I do think she actually wet the bed because I think they found clothes that she changed out of.
In a sweater or something, right?
And changed into. I think that was the claim. But I think there's a chance that you're right. Because in no interviews, and I watched a ton of interviews of the parents, at no point did they say they got up in the middle of the night to help her change. That she wet the bed that night. Maybe there were clothes out from a previous night where she wet the bed, or somebody else was there.
Yeah, and helped her change.
Yeah, because they did find fibers of that cord that was around her neck in her bed. Or was it fibers? Yeah, and there were fibers, I think, from her bed on the cord or something like that too. But they also, here's a big one, okay? A lot of people really believed it was the parents. A lot. And the police pretty much, if you want the rundown of the case and everything and all the different theories, go check out the last video. We're going to go more into the evidence and the information and dig a little bit deeper into the theories.
Yeah.
So, the one thing that I think is kind of weird is the fact that even though they could never find the duct tape, the roll of duct tape, the piece that was on her mouth, even though they could never find that roll anywhere in the house.
No way.
Yeah, there was no roll of duct tape, but there was duct tape on her mouth.
What?
Fibers from her mother's sweater were on the duct tape and all over her. In the garage, the cord of the garage.
So strange. I swear, this case is like an onion. You think you got it.
It absolutely is.
And then all of a sudden there's this other really weird, unexplainable information.
Want to hear something else weird?
Huh.
So a lot of people believed that there somehow was an accident or somebody lost their temper, that it was somebody in the house. That's been the running theory for a really long time. Well, that would, if Burke had done it, for instance, say the theory about him waking up, eating pineapple, JonBenet steals a piece, and he gets mad and hits her in the head with the flashlight or whatever, and then the parents stage it. That was the thing, is that it was staged. Well, not only do you have the sweater pieces, okay, the mom's sweater, but you also have the fact that the duct tape was placed on her mouth after death, most likely, because there was no sign of it moving moving around or her struggling, because there was a perfect impression of her lips in the duct tape, which indicated to them that there was no moving around, that it was most likely put on after she died.
Oh, man. That is weird.
It is weird.
But no duct tape roll in the house?
And no duct tape roll in the house. But you know where they did find duct tape that was just like what was on her mouth?
Huh.
At the housekeeper's house.
Okay.
And
that's super strange.
The housekeeper had made comments, which another person commented and talked about this, the fact that I didn't bring up the housekeeper, and I did look into her more. Apparently she was asking for a $2,000 loan like a week or two before the murders, and also had made comments about like being, are you guys worried that she would ever get kidnapped because she's so pretty? And I think they rejected the $2,000 loan, possibly.
Whoa.
And the housekeeper would know his bonus, which was on the ransom note.
Oh, man. That's wild.
So, yeah, the housekeeper thing is super weird. Apparently, she tried to write a book about it, too. Her statement was taken, I believe, at the grand jury, and I'm pretty sure she tried to point towards the parents.
I mean, I wonder if there's some kind of resentment there because of how much money they had and, you know, what her financial status was.
And
I mean,
the loan?
Yeah, she's asking for $2,000. She's close enough to have insider information into what his bonus was, trying to point fingers at him. I don't know. I think in any situation like that, what I would automatically go to is like, what evidence is there? Not opinion. What evidence is there from her?
So clearly the actual murder of JonBenet was brutal and horrific.
Yep. Yeah.
You know,
it was awful.
Absolutely. But I don't think it's weird. What it looks like to me is like a pedo.
Yeah.
You know, with some crazy weird perversions.
Mm-hmm.
But it always goes back to the ransom note. The ransom note is always the monkey wrench thrown in that throws off every single theory. Apparently, the housekeeper also had a pen and paper just like what Patsy had at her own home, which is another weird thing.
Yeah. That is strange.
Yeah. Super strange.
But again, I think the housekeeper, though, the only way that would even be a realistic option is if they had some kind of pedo urges. Otherwise, I do not ever see a completely normal person harming a child in that way to set something up. I don't see it.
I know. It's like out of this world crazy. And the facts are, the strangling happened while she was alive. There were fingernail marks in her neck, like she had tried to pull it away. And another fact is that her being hit in the head happened while she was alive.
Yeah.
So this whole theory about like Burke and the pineapple, to me, doesn't make sense. Yeah. How would that happen? If he hit her in the head and she died, and they tried to stage it with the strangling, she would have had to have been alive fighting back, and they would have known she wasn't dead.
A lot of the comments I read that believe he had something to do with it didn't talk about that, but that's a really good point. That's a really good point. He couldn't have done it. It's impossible that he could have done it while having the marks on.
He was 9 years old.
Yeah. I mean, the age doesn't matter. I think realistically, at his age, he could have done it with something that would have given him the leverage to be able to do it. Like, is it possible? Yeah, it's absolutely
to
possible.
just hit her in the head.
Is it probable? I don't believe so,
Not at all.
because then her life would have ended right there, and it didn't, with evidence of the fingernail marks and things like that. So the only way that would be possible is if the abuse continued after that, and I just don't see that being the case in this situation.
And I agree with you. And the whole thing with the pineapple is that it wasn't just pineapple found in her stomach. It was an assortment of, from what I'm seeing, it was an assortment of fruit.
Okay.
Like I believe it said, I have a note here somewhere, but it was like grapes. It was different things. It wasn't just pineapple.
Okay.
And they had dinner at a friend's that night. Like, it could have just been her dinner. It could, like, that could throw the whole pineapple theory out of the situation
completely.
Like, she went to dinner that night.
Yeah, and that's the downside about a case like this too, where the crime scene wasn't controlled, because we have so much evidence that we don't even know what's evidence and what's not. So then when you're trying to theorize and come up with a realistic possibility of how this happened, almost all of it can be thrown out the window. Almost all of it can be included, which just stimulates bias for who you personally feel like could be guilty based on what you're seeing from them as a person.
And the whole thing with the sweater, her mother's sweater fibers being all over everything. When John carried her upstairs, JonBenet's body, okay, the mother laid on top of her. Literally laid on top of her.
That's strange.
And was distraught.
Yeah.
Like, like a mother laying over the daughter, like freaking out. She was distraught.
Got it. Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, my baby. And was like on top of her, holding her. Mm-hmm. How could that not explain the fibers?
Somebody mentioned something too where they were saying, so I heard two different theories here. I had one person who said, look, the parents didn't do it. And the reason why I believe they didn't do it is because during the 911 call, she doesn't know who it's from when the 911 operator asks who it's from, okay? And then she doesn't even know how to pronounce it, like she didn't even get that far in the note, which makes sense because, like, what's going to cause the emotional hiccup or volcano, whatever, a huge emotional response is just going to be that first bit, that first chunk, and then you're going to have a hard time comprehending the rest of that. Now, I also heard someone else say, dude, it's totally suspect that she didn't know the details on that note. Like, because you don't, when you're reading it, you don't know if your kid's alive or not, so you would be reading the rest of that note, like, very intently. I don't know. I think that could go either way.
Yeah, I
think that could go either way.
I don't agree with that. I think maybe some people, like maybe your brain works that way, but in a intense, emotional, scary situation like that, I could totally see myself just briefly reading it and being like, oh my God, and calling 911 and not knowing. I got the idea. I don't know every little detail, but I'm going to get help here as quick as I can.
Absolutely.
And then we'll figure out the details.
Yep. Absolutely.
So, I mean,
I think it could go either way, though. I really do. I see both ways, and that's why it's important in these cases that, the story about the Idaho 4 we just talked about, where you got to be so careful with your bias in these situations. This is one of them included, man.
This is 100% one of those cases where people are extremely biased with what they believe happened, either an inside job or the intruder theory. And I mean, I lean towards intruder, but there is weird stuff. Like, okay, so one of the big things for people was the SA, okay, the sexual abuse.
Yeah.
So the paintbrush was used.
Yep.
And people were saying that there was some kind of evidence of long-term SA. I can't find anything to support that. I read the entire autopsy report, like the legitimate autopsy report. Now, I did find out the coroner after that had some kind of pediatrician person come in and look at what was going on to determine if they believed there was SA. They said they thought so with, the paintbrush, but they never, from what I saw, which if there's contradictory evidence, please let us know.
Absolutely.
Because I can't find it, that they never said anything about there being long-term.
Sure.
They literally
that's
said
good,
they
because I read a comment like that. I was like, oh no.
I heard that, and I mentioned it in our last video because I heard it, but I never found any evidence for it, and I still haven't now. They said there was no scarring.
Okay.
There's no scars down there.
So that's good.
So, and the pediatrician was questioned that had seen JonBenet for many years and said they never saw any sign of it.
Okay, so that's really good evidence. That's really strong evidence. I think one thing that is really spooky for people to accept is the idea that somebody could have been in the house. That is a very scary idea. I read multiple comments where people are like, no way, dude, was there somebody in the house for like a long period of time? No way did they have people over and were serving, wine and all this stuff, and somebody could have been downstairs and them not know it. And look, do I wish that that's not possible? All day long. I don't even want to consider the idea of someone being able to hang out in a house without them knowing. However, we have contradictory evidence of that, and you can just go on YouTube and search people living in other people's homes without them knowing. People have been in other people's homes for months at a time. Now, that's a huge coincidence. They would have to be in just the right spot where somebody wouldn't look or whatever, but it has happened. So with as big as their house was, how do we know there wasn't dark spots? Dark enough for them to be able to hear someone's coming and they go hide somewhere. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And see, here's the thing.
Homeless.
I've watched the interviews, okay? That wine cellar was not, that's just what they called it, okay? It was a junk room. They never went down there. That was not a basement. Like, yes, they had a train room. They never went down there. It was pretty much just storage.
So it was a wine cellar that wasn't being used as a wine cellar.
Exactly.
Got it.
Exactly. So anyway, now you also have the two marks on her back and the side of her neck, or actually it's her jaw, I believe.
Okay.
See, these marks, people have theorized could have been Burke's train cars because they align, but that doesn't make any sense, okay? And here's why. It makes sense it's a stun gun. Because they've done experiments on pigs with stun guns. The marks are identical to what's on John. It's those, JonBenet. It's those two marks, and they have like a dark, like almost like burnt look to them.
Yeah.
Like they're dark and kind of black.
Yep.
That's a stun gun.
Yeah.
That's identically what it looks like.
Snapping an electricity and burning that area. Yep.
That is exactly what it looks like. It's identical to all the images I've seen of wounds from stun guns. There's been extensive research done on it. I feel like it's not even a theory at this point. It's not possible, I don't think, for it to be Bert's train cars, unless they're electric in some way and could have shocked her.
Yeah, and also, though, like that, there's a big jump between Burke getting angry. Like any young kid out there can get angry, and let's say they have a golf club or a bat in their hand and they swing it out of frustration, not to hurt, but out of frustration, and it hits another kid. And I could see an accident like that happening all day long. I think that's totally plausible and realistic and everything. But if that is now a train car too, now we're hopping on like continued abuse there. That is very different. I personally haven't came across a kid that would do that, see another kid get hurt, and then continue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So That just seems like a stretch to me, you know? But with how many people talked about that in our comments, I felt like we needed to at least touch on it to see what kind of evidence is out there and at least create a platform for you guys to give us some more evidence than if you have it in regards to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and so the detective I was telling you about earlier is Lou Smith. 3 generations of his family have continued to work on this. Okay?
Wow.
So his daughter and her daughters, I believe.
Okay.
And when he died, he gave them a suspect list and said, you know, a process of elimination, basically, and, like, you will have who it is. He believes that the person who did it is on his list.
Okay.
And he wholeheartedly believes it's an intruder.
Yeah.
He proved by going to the house and crawling through that window in the basement himself that somebody could have came through it. Then people go back and talk about the cobweb. Dude, spiders can make a cobweb in like an hour, okay?
Yeah.
Like, who's to say when that cobweb was there, when it was created? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks dirty or whatever. It's a freaking basement. I don't know what to tell you. But that window is not as tiny as I thought it was when I started hearing about it. And get this. So, the whole reason that hole was in the window is because the father, John, got locked out and he literally knocked it out. He broke it himself to get into the house, and he had forgotten about it and hadn't fixed it because they never go down there. And they hid a key under a rock out front of their house. The key was missing.
No.
The key was missing when this happened.
So it has to be an intruder.
There is somebody that they know that did this, in my opinion. Whoever did this knows them and knows them well. Knows them well enough to know their Christmas bonus. Knows them well enough to know where they hid a key, or it was somebody watching very closely.
Yeah, or a homeless person that was in their house that could hear conversations.
Yes.
I just am blown away by the evidence of what's his name, Gary or whatever?
Oliva or Oliva or whatever.
Olivia or whatever.
I think it's Oliva or something like that.
Being at the memorial, being in the state and that city at that time, very close to the house, even though he had lived in other places in the U.S., like, those are major coincidences. Here's
my theory. I agree. Here's my theory if he's the one that did it. I think he saw JonBenet at the parade. You know, maybe, I mean, she was literally on a float in the parade, the Christmas parade. Saw her, he was connected to a church, saw them maybe going in their house, and saw the broken window, and started staying in there. Staying in their house, maybe listening to conversations, and when they leave for the day, snooping around.
Yeah.
And he concocted this plan and thought, well, I could assault her, like, maybe, here's what I actually think may have happened, is he is a pedo, okay? So he thinks, maybe I can get some money out of them. Maybe he actually planned the ransom. Maybe he legit planned it, and then once he had her, he's a pedo. He couldn't help himself. And then he really hurt her. Strangled her, realized, oh my gosh, like, I can't do this, and finished it.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's a realistic
possibility. Because he's homeless. Why wouldn't he, like, sneak into somebody's house and hang out in there? And he's obsessed with JonBenet, clearly.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's a possible theory, too. It could just go so many different ways.
Well, the parents believe somebody was in their house. Like, when they was waiting for them to get back. They believe someone was in there, and I've watched the interviews. They believe someone was in there waiting for them to get back, waited for them to all go to bed, and then snatched her. That is what they believe happened.
Interesting.
I will say with the parents, there are things that struck me weird, like the pageants. And I think back in that day, the reason it was such a big deal is they didn't have toddlers and tiaras yet. They didn't have all that stuff yet, okay? Mm-hmm. The optics of it looked strange to a lot of people. But also, it was kind of inappropriate in some aspects.
Yeah, when comparing it to today.
It felt very exploitative, okay?
Yeah.
It felt like they were exploiting their child, and I think that was putting her in a crappy situation. But the mom is a pageant queen, okay? And contrary to what people might think, JonBenet enjoyed it. There was a girl who literally competed with her and said she loved it. She had so much fun going up there and wanted to perform. And her dad said it too, even though he doesn't like the pageants. He's spoken out against them actively. He said she was a performer and loved to perform. She loved it. So it's the mom and the daughter enjoying this thing together. Maybe that's the only way she learned to perform, because her mom was a pageant queen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I get it. I understand it. And I also think that a really important thing to remember is the amount of time that has gone by. The more decades that pass, the more unacceptable what was going on back then will become. Because, dude, even pageants today make me feel awkward, but pageants back then were like no rules, man. They made them like little adults that was in. It's so strange.
It is weird.
Is so awkward. Looking back at those pictures, man.
I agree with you. And you know who JonBenet reminds me of? Just like a little more adult? Shirley Temple. When I watch her pageant tapes of her performing, it reminds me of Shirley Temple.
And Shirley Temple, well, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, that is a whole nother story. But that is what I see every time I look at her. Just a worse ending, a worse situation in the end. But
yeah.
Or at least so I think. But also there's the suitcase that people talk about, that they feel like John staged all of this. He put that suitcase by the bottom window to make it look like somebody crawled in and out, because he's the one that found that and noticed that was weird. But the way it's placed is it's perpendicular, I think is what you call it, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like the wall's like this and the suitcase is like this,
instead
of being flat against it, parallel,
yep.
where someone could actually step up on it. It would be so unstable to step up on a perpendicular suitcase to the wall.
Yeah.
You have much more chance of falling. So people thought, he probably staged that and was doing it in a hurry. And also every cops go through this house. John goes through this house multiple times, and nobody thinks to look into the wine cellar until way later in the day. And that last time he goes to search, that's straight where he goes. And people thought that was weird. Now,
he could have been sitting and thinking, though, chewing on it, have I
because it was locked from the outside. It was locked from the outside. So I think that was nobody ever goes in there. It's literally locked from the outside. But in a case where your child's missing, I feel like I would literally check every crevice.
Every single place, no matter how unlikely it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that is a little strange. But you're also in a situation where people are panicking. Emotions are running hot.
They are.
Now, another thing is the detective that was there, which, by the way, I didn't know this, but all the cops left. Is it Linda? What was her name? Is it Linda Hart? Oh my gosh.
Names
so
and
the detective that was there, I said her name in the last one. I'm blanking on it right now, and I don't have it written down. The detective that was there on the scene, it's a woman, and, you know, John's had a lot of issues with the way she handled things, obviously, like, clearly, and there's a reason for that, but when he brought the body up, apparently he set it down in the living room, and he looked at her, and he said, "Is she dead?" And she said... And, like, she was like, yeah, she's dead. And she said when they looked at each other, she said in that moment, she did an interview, said this on national television, and wonders why the parents were so defensive. I knew he killed his daughter. She said, I had my gun holstered, and I started instantly counting and wondering if I was going to be able to get out of there. Like, or if they were going to kill me, too.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
Is that not crazy? She looked in his eyes and immediately just knew he's the killer.
I am blown away by that. And that she has something to worry about? Am I going to be able to get out of there?
So
Other cops were there by that point.
She picked him. Immediately, she decided they did it, and all the evidence after that was biased. That's super weird.
Yeah.
Like, basically, from what I've heard people saying online, is she was just extremely inexperienced. That's what it boils down to. And John said straight up incompetent in an interview.
Yeah, I get it. I've also seen where some other cops were trying to explain how the other officers that were supposed to be there to support her, like, kind of bailed on her. So she was inexperienced. They also weren't there supporting her. So she was trying to figure this out, manage this thing when she's probably never been a part of a situation like that. And let's be honest, she failed, you know? She's a human being, and there's the human condition. And but I'm just shocked about that interview. That blows me away that someone would go on national TV and say something like that.
A detective.
Oh, man.
I know. I totally agree.
Choo.
And, you know, the detectives didn't even arrive on the scene until 2 hours after the 911 call. And police were there, but detectives didn't come till 2 hours later.
Gosh.
So another thing is a flashlight supposedly not belonging to the Ramseys was found on the kitchen counter. But here's the thing. It sounds like they had a flashlight identical to it, and they didn't know where it was. And when they showed pictures to Patsy, the mother, she said, yeah, that looks like it, but it looks different. And they said, well, it's dusty because we fingerprinted it, so it's got fingerprint dust on it. And she's like, oh, okay. And then the next time they talked to her about it, she acts like she doesn't remember that at all, when that's literally like the suspected murder weapon. And you would think that would be like a big thing that would stick in your mind.
Yeah.
So that is weird.
Yeah.
Now, other things they found was a footprint. So in the wine cellar, they recovered a high-tech boot print, didn't match any of the shoes in the house, and a red pocket knife that supposedly did not belong to the Ramseys at all. And another shoe print was found. But I don't know what kind it was. Now, I know people have said the high-tech boot footprint could be police. It could be.
Okay.
Also, a partial boot print was found on top of a toilet tank in the northeast bathroom in the basement near a crawl space. A crawl space. Okay? You want to talk about where somebody can hide in your house in broad daylight and you would never know? A crawl space that connects to your basement is a good one.
Oh, no. Oh, so sketchy, you guys.
A neighbor
That's
found...
a scary thought.
You know what I've also thought about is, what if Gary Oliva, because I know people have said in the comments he was mentally unstable and obsessed with her. What if he was staying in their house and was obsessing over her, and he witnessed the murder, and because he's so mentally unstable, he thought he did it? What if he was a witness? And somehow his brain did some weird thing where he literally thought he did it.
That would be a twist of all twists. That would be wild.
Dude, this case is a twist of all twists.
It is.
This is literally one of the greatest mysteries ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. I mean,
besides Madeleine McCann and the Somerton Beach man, these are the three cases. Madeleine McCann, JonBenet, and the man found on Somerton Beach are three of the biggest mysteries I have ever encountered.
Yeah.
In true crime.
Yeah. It is wild. So yeah, sure. It's totally likely.
There was also a pubic hair found on the blanket that was never identified. Never.
Is it still in evidence? Why hasn't that been tested?
I believe so. I think they have all the DNA. She had DNA from two different people on her fingernails. She had DNA on her leggings. She had DNA in her underwear. Like, there was DNA all over her body, and that's what her father's fighting for, is to get the genealogy.
The rights, yeah.
Yeah, to do what they have done to catch a lot of people in recent years. And the cops don't want to release it.
Which is insane.
The family's fighting to get Boulder PD off of the case because they're still interfering even now.
Oh, man, I wonder where that first lady is. The cop.
Yeah, I don't know where she is now.
I'd be interesting
I don't
to
believe
look
she
that
works
up.
there anymore, though. I don't think she does.
If I was her, I'd probably move away, too.
So, also, there's a couple of a palm print found on the area of the wine cellar door where the body was later found. And that hasn't been identified either. None of the DNA has been identified. They've tested against the Santa guy, the super weird Santa guy that was obsessed with her.
Yeah.
They've tested Gary. That wasn't his DNA. They've tested it for the parents, wasn't theirs. Like, every big suspect in this case have all pretty much been cleared by DNA.
Yeah, but how much could one of the other DNA samples be one of their DNA? You know what I mean? Could DNA have gotten there from a different way that didn't have to do with the case or the crime, and they're just testing the wrong one? Because we're talking pubic hair, we're talking 2 skin samples, we're talking all kinds of stuff everywhere. The palm print, like.
So the daughters of the guy, Lou Smith, they said the DNA looks like at least one of them that I read looks like it has to be a white man who is right now over the age of 40, probably older.
Okay.
So that's all I have for that. Like, that's the most information we've gotten out of the DNA, is that it's all male.
Yeah. And
they're talking about a white guy who's over 40 right now, probably, like, pretty old. So, so there's some neighbor accounts, which I mentioned these in the last one, but what I didn't know was this. So somebody heard a scream in the early morning.
Okay.
Well, there was also a metal clinking sound. And Burke's bat was found out front. Like, just out front on the sidewalk, like in front of the house. That's super weird.
Very strange.
But Burke also said it could be nothing because he leaves it outside all the time. But what was that metal clinking sound then?
Yeah.
So I don't even know what to think of that. But neighbors also reported seeing a dark van parked across the street from the Ramsey home on the evening of the murder. And you also have accounts of a lady at one of the pageants saying a guy came up to JonBenet and was being super suspicious. Some strange man, and took off and was asking something about her mom. And then the mom actually said at the parade a guy came up to the float talking to JonBenet, and it was super weird. It made her uncomfortable.
That's interesting.
That's what's hard about this, is there's so many creepy men surrounding this little girl.
Yeah.
So many.
I agree. I
feel like there shouldn't be this many suspects.
Yeah.
You know? Mm-hmm. I don't know, but there is so much evidence, and so much of it is I feel so contradicting.
It is.
But I think when it comes down to it, for me, Like, yeah, there's some weird stuff with the parents, okay? There's some weird stuff. But I feel like because it was painted this way from the beginning, okay, that detective decided it was them.
Yeah.
And she picked all the evidence to match it. You know, you have a paper bag and rope found that didn't belong to them that was used to make the garrote found under a guest bedroom bed. Mm-hmm. You have all this outside stuff that's being found there, yet nobody cared about it until later when the case was cold.
Yeah. Because it didn't matter at the time. Yep.
Yep. And I just think there's no way that it could be the parents, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, maybe we'll put together a theory to, like, see if it's possible to be the parents. So.
I mean, I think everything disproves the parents.
Yeah. I mean, I think one benefit of our channel is that we're unbiased. So we're going to be able to bring theories of possibilities. I mean, most of the time I don't even share my opinion on what I think it is. I think it would be a good video to show how it could be the parents, how it could be, the specific evidence that aligns with how it could be them, and then that gives you a basis to be able to compare the strength of the two theories. So.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But they wouldn't need a stun gun for their own kid.
I agree. I feel like you're going about it like trying to prove why it's not the parents, when we should be looking at it trying to prove why it is the parents.
I mean,
and that doesn't make your opinion that it is the parents. That's just the theory of how it could be the parents, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this is more, I think, about... I mean, I was covering it because I feel like the intruder theory makes more sense, and I wanted to explain kind of why it makes more sense. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like the stun gun doesn't make sense for it to be the parents.
Yeah.
And there's so much, other evidence. There's just so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. I get it. I understand.
Now,
because I would present a theory giving evidence why it could be the parents, that doesn't mean I believe that.
I feel like the staging, like the evidence for the staging and him running around the house, like, and he was so involved in, like, searching and everything, that's a perfect setup for him to be able to stage everything.
Yeah.
So I do think that maybe from that angle that he staged all of it because he was so active in the beginning, you know, with like when it's the most crucial time, that I guess could make sense.
Yeah. I've heard some stuff that makes the parents seem guilty, why it could be them. So
I mean, I think this is a good platform for you guys to tell us, like, the best evidence that you think you have for it being the parents, or the best evidence you think for it being an intruder. Yeah, absolutely. Because I think it just really comes down to that, inside or outside.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. And then we'll be able to put together a video on the parents specifically, so, yeah. Let us know what you think. I'm curious what you guys know that's different than what we talked about in here. And let us know below. This is such a chilling one. Okay, so on the evening of December 15th, 2016, Dakota James called his friend Shelly in a panic, okay? He was cold, disoriented, and scared out of his mind, wandering the streets of downtown Pittsburgh, trying to find anyone who would help him out, okay? He says, "I don't know where I am. I'm so cold. Please help me. I'm lost." And while she's on the phone with him hearing this, she's trying to ask him, where are you at? You know, what's going on? Trying to get anything out of him. And he wouldn't respond with anything that made sense. He ended up saying, I'm going to get this wrong, but I think he said he was on the east side of Pittsburgh. Now, so she starts driving that direction, okay? And she's thinking, oh no, like he's in trouble, or, is he really drunk, doesn't know what's going on? Did he get mugged? Is he at risk of being hurt? So remembering that a few weeks before, he shared his GPS with her when he was dropping her off at the airport and they needed to meet up or whatever. She pulls up the GPS, finds out that he is not where he thinks he is, okay? So she starts going, just by random guess, based on what she felt was best, to the GPS location, because some of the stuff he was saying didn't make sense. She stayed on the phone with him, and he just kept saying, I don't know where I am. I'm so cold. Please help. So finally she pulls up there and sees him walking out of a hotel, okay, like coming through the door. There is a dark-colored SUV parked on the wrong side of the road just outside the hotel. She pulls up behind the SUV, shouts his name where he was walking towards the SUV, okay, this dark-colored SUV. And she said she pulls up like not even 10 feet behind that SUV. So, I mean, they're close. They're real close. Shouts his name. He comes over to the car and gets in and just starts having like a mental breakdown. Just tons of emotions. Can't hold it in. Crying. She's trying to ask him what's going on, what happened. Mm-hmm. She literally couldn't get anything out of him. Nothing. They've been friends for a long time, so she decides to leave it at that, okay? And she asked, do you want to go to the hospital? I really feel like you should go to the hospital. And he says, no, I don't. He just shuts down, basically. You know how guys do that sometimes. Anytime it comes to emotion, like, just shut it down instead of facing it to make the right decision in this situation. So she takes him back home and talks to him the next day. And he didn't wake up till really late. This was right around midnight time. And she asked him some questions about last night. He doesn't remember nothing. Doesn't remember what happened. Doesn't remember her picking him up. Doesn't remember anything. Complete and total blackout. Okay? Which is really strange, right? Yeah. But they leave it at that, okay? Now, what happened before that? He went out that night with some work friends drinking to a bar just to hang out with some friends, okay? And that's where the night led. Now, 3 weeks later, they have no idea what that was or anything. It just kind of goes in the back of their head. 3 weeks later, he goes out again drinking, and similar situation happens. He is picked up and never seen again. Until...
He's picked up?
Like, disappears. Okay? Now, I'm saying he was picked up because what else could it be? Like, again, coincidences and murder. Okay? 40 days later, and they've had extensive searches. They've been looking for this guy all over the place. Her story came out after he was found missing, okay? So on March 6, 2017, a guy walking his dog next to the Ohio River, about 10 miles from where he was last seen, found him floating in the river, okay?
Oh my gosh.
Yep. 40 days, you guys. 40 days, okay? Now, the weird part about this is he looked like he had only been in the river for about 24 hours, 36 hours, something like that. So he has been missing for 40 days.
Over a month,
Initially, the medical examiner ruled this an accidental drowning. Okay?
Yeah.
Yep. And which you'll see is very, very common. However, by all accounts, exterior accounts of the situation, this does not look like an accidental drowning. He had alcohol in his system. After pressure from the parents and other people around them, they ended up doing a test for GHB and found that he had GHB in his system. He had alcohol in his system, okay? And he hadn't been in the water for any length of time. So, this is where we're going with this, okay? We covered a story about multiple missing people from the Austin, Texas area. I started doing digging. I've never heard about this before. You remember, we've stated this many times. Like, I was not consuming a lot of online content until we started making this podcast. So now I'm like catching up on all these cases that have been amazing cases for the last decade, you know. But I came upon the Smiley Face Killers. Have you heard of the Smiley Face Killers?
Briefly.
There's quite a bit of media out there. You have crime channels that have done podcasts on this. You have television that have done shows about this, reenactments about this, okay? Now, to give you guys a rough rundown of the situation, okay? If you remember, and I put out the Austin, Texas story the day before this story, so this will be right in line here. But if you remember, all the potential victims in Austin, Texas were young men on the path for success, athletic and fit, either going to school, on a great upwards trend, okay, for their life. Like, they were working towards success. They were popular, they were social, they went out with friends to the bar, and they drank. And that's kind of the MO here. Now, all of those cases in Austin, Texas have been ruled accidental drownings. All of them. And the numbers are insane when you look at the statistics, okay? Well, that story we just heard, that very clearly from all outside accounts looks like a homicide, was also ruled an accidental drowning, okay? Now, this brings me to the Smiley Face Killers theory. And how this theory started, and you guys, it's really important to us to cover the victims in any case, but in this case, I'm going to intentionally leave the victims' names out of this, not because we don't want them to be remembered, but there is a possibility here that there's over 300 victims. We could not possibly get to all of them, okay? So if I can't talk about all of them, then I think it's more fair to talk about none of them by name, okay? So we can talk about some of their situations, but I just don't think it's fair to only pick out a few of the cases and label them by name, while all of these people could potentially be victims of these guys, you know, the whole 300 people. So
can you even find a list of all 300?
Honestly, I didn't look for it because it's not possible on here. It would have took up a whole clip of just names and situations, you know?
It would probably take like 3 hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
To just go over the victims, if not more, honestly.
Yep. So how did this all start? Okay, we're going to have to take a look way back. So the first case that is on paper is in 1997, okay? Very similar situation to this, except there wasn't 2 tries. There was only one. They got the kid on the first time, and it was in the New York area, and he was missing for, I think it was like 2 weeks, and dropped in the river, and the detective at the time was Anthony Duarte. And what's interesting is Anthony Duarte, it was the most decorated officer of all times out of that police station. Meaning, you see that and you think, okay, trustworthy, knows what he's doing, right, as an investigator. Amazing success rate. And so he was put on this case, and this was a case that he could never let go, ever let go. So the medical examiner listed it as an accidental drowning. The parents had tons of information why that's not possible. He was a swim captain. All these reasons why it's not possible, okay? And the parents brought it up to the detective and said, look, you know, we're just hurting. We don't want people to look at our kid and think that, you know, he left this world just a drunk fool. And he took that to heart. This investigator took it to heart to the point where he's now been investigating this like 3 decades, okay?
He was a swim captain?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So this was when they didn't have the name Smiley Face Killers, okay? And this is a terrifying story, you guys. So anyways, we'll speed things up from here and just give you some examples. Ultimately, what ended up happening here is this officer ended up becoming a retired police officer, never letting this go. He ended up opening his own investigation department and focusing mainly on this. He has tons of information into this.
So he's a PI now.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. And he is running that with Frank Gannon and Anthony Duarte. And they manage this company, and they focus a lot on the Smiley Face Killers, okay? Now, there is thought to be over 300 victims here, okay? During their investigation, they have come across some information and believe that this can be this is a multi-cell organization across the U.S. that communicates through the dark web. Okay, to add some even more scary facts to this. You know
that's
what I mean?
what I was starting to think before you even said that. Like, I started thinking about that because of the update we just did about the guy in New York found, and we're talking about Austin, and you were just talking about New York, and then I mentioned something in Chicago.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, well, how can there be that many people doing this exact thing? They have to be talking, obviously.
Yep.
Dark web.
So, give you a rundown of some of the victim situations, and then we'll go into why or how this can happen, right? So, January 25th, 2017, 23-year-old male, and all of these guys are fit, popular, doing well, on the path for success. Most of them are people of privilege. They come from money, so went to some of the best schools. And weird how that works out, but for most of them, it's like that. So, January 25th, 2017, a 23-year-old in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, goes missing, okay? The search ensues, and again, similar to before, 40 days later, his body is found in the river, okay? But here is the really weird part, is he's found 10 miles from the bar area where he goes missing, okay? Downriver. And this was labeled an accidental death, okay, by drowning. Now, what's in between where he went missing to where he was found is a dam, and really rugged, messed up water, like with rocks and sticks and islands and places that separate the water and everything. But all that water goes through an internal dam, through a concrete dam, meaning this body would have gone through that dam and washed out down here if it was an accidental drowning, because the leading theory is that these guys are wasted, okay? They're partying hard. They go to use the bathroom in the river, they fall in, and because they're so drunk, they don't ever come out, okay? Well, his body doesn't look like it went through a dam. It is like pristine. There are only a few marks on his body. There is no bloating. There is no skin slippage. Nothing that you would expect to see from a body being in the water for 40 days. Meaning, more than likely, he was not in the water for 40 days. So again, another situation as the first one. Where is that time? How was he missing for a month? Okay?
Yeah, it couldn't have just been drunk and fell in.
And what's weird is he had alcohol in his system when he was found, meaning someone put alcohol back in his system, because the alcohol from the night of being missing would have been out of his system.
Right.
Weird,
and he
right?
had GHB in his system, right?
Yes, he did. They didn't connect that yet. So GHB was new when these crimes started. They didn't even test for it. And for you guys out there, GHB is not on your normal panel drug test. It is not on a 6 panel, an 8 panel, a 12 panel, or a 16 panel. GHB has to be tested very specifically, okay? Once these detectives got on the case of GHB, made the connection here, they've tested 45 people. 45 guys. Liver tests, which is an undeniable test, meaning if there was GHB in their system at all, even if it had gone out from being in the water or expelled from their blood or whatever, because the half-life is so short, you would see it in there. 100% test positive rate. 100% of them. Weird.
Yes, weird.
That throws out my theory that I thought I came up with the other day, and I'll share that with you guys. But, okay, so, and again, the police labeled that one an accidental drowning. January 19th, 2018, 24-year-old man, Woodland, Pennsylvania, enters a bar. Footage of him entering the bar, okay? Disappears. No footage of him leaving. None.
Oh.
They can't figure out how. They can't figure out where. They can't figure out anything. Okay? And he's found in a creek, face down 10 days later. Found in water.
And also
Ruled accidental drowning. Correct. Yep. September 29th, 2006, 21-year-old in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Him and a friend got separated. Friend was picked up by a police officer and escorted to the emergency room because he had, he got hit in his head, and he never saw his friend he got separated from again alive. Okay, so he was next found in the Mississippi River. 20 days later, had visible markings on his hands, arms, and head as it appeared to be a struggle, which aligned with his friend who was in the ER.
Oh, because
he had damages on his fingers. He had markings on his neck.
Wait, what? What do you mean it matches with his friend?
Because his friend got hit by something.
Okay, so we don't know what happened to them?
We don't know what happened to them.
No, like him and his friend, what were they doing before the ER?
They don't know. Both of them blacked out.
And then the other one goes missing.
The other one goes missing and turns up in water. Yep.
Huh.
June 12th, 2005, 22-year-old was at a bonfire hanging out with friends, just disappeared, just out of nowhere. Body found 3 weeks later. Again, undetermined drowning. Minimal decomp, okay? After 20 days, and ruled accidental drowning or undetermined drowning. October 8th, 2009, Navy veteran in Boston, Massachusetts. And I don't know if you guys know this, but the Navy makes you swim and swim a lot when you're going through basic. This guy knew how to swim, and he knew how to swim really good, just like that other guy was a swim captain. So he started feeling sick halfway through the game and told his friends who he was there with. He was there with 2 other friends that, hey, I'm not feeling good. I got to go. And he called his fiance to come pick him up. When she arrived, he wasn't there. She called him, okay, and said, hey, where are you at? She heard her fiance almost like the phone was away from him and saying, hey, where are we at? And then someone else gave an address, okay? Heard another voice say an address. Phone hangs up, and then it's like the phone's out of batteries. It won't connect again when she tries to call back. She doesn't see him again until a week later. He was found in the river, and blunt force trauma to his head. Again, GHB. And labeled an accidental drowning. Okay. January 1st, 2000. Chicago, drinking with friends. This guy barely drank because he cared about his schooling so much that he barely ever drank. He told his friends he was out with, hey, I'm not feeling good. So they all agree to go back to the hotel with him. So they all walk, up to the hotel. He starts getting sick outside, and they're just like joking, messing around with him, whatever, start walking up ahead, and he goes missing. Found 77 days later in water. Accidental drowning.
What? Was he decomposed?
Nope. Decomp doesn't match.
So where
Scary.
are they being kept for that long?
Scary, right? Isn't this a really eerie story? Now, the part I left out.
Are they all guys?
They are all guys. They are all in their early 20s. I gave the age for all of them. We have 20, we have 27, 22, 21.
I mean, like the 300.
24. Yes.
They're all men.
Yes.
And then you have what's going on in Austin.
Yes,
were any of
you
them...
do.
you have any idea if any of them were tested positive for GHB?
We don't know because
We don't
they're
know.
ruled accidental.
And they won't look into it.
It has to be specifically requested by the parents because it costs so much to do a GHB test. It's just not a common thing to look for unless they have reason that it's a homicide. Now, here's the thing that I left out. This is why this gets the name Smiley Killers. The Smiley Face Killers is at every one of these, and these are just regular examples like any of the potential 300, definitely all of the 45, okay? They all have a smiley face at the place of where they think they were dropped, the bodies. The best place for the bodies to be dropped, okay? And I will be putting some up, so you guys will be seeing it. But these guys are smart, okay? So let's just go down the rabbit hole.
Wait, what kind of smiley face? Like, I can't see it right now.
They're just smiley faces, and they're all different. They do not match.
So
None of them
probably
match.
all different people drawing them.
It could be all different people. It could also be one smart person using different smiley faces. And you know what's super strange? One of these victims' headstones had a smiley face sticker put on it. And that's evidence that, like, is not disputable. You know, they have record of that.
Yeah, was that when they had the smiley face killer name?
Mm-mm.
So it was before that name was around?
Yep, it was before the name was around, because I thought of that same thing too, because you got to be careful and be worried about like copycat killers and things like that, okay? So these guys have been testing these bodies, and they try to get the word out, and they say that's why there's been shows, that's why there's been media, that's why there's been all this stuff, because we've been out there getting, in the mud, getting dirty, trying to let people know about this stuff, and they just want people to be aware, essentially, and work with people to try and take these guys down. And so they've had a lot of families that have had one of these victims happen, these drownings happen, and call them to the scene. And what's interesting is these guys are able to tell you where it's going to be at, like where the smiley face is going to be at. And,
the cops are?
Yep. And what is wild here is how reluctant police are to investigate these as a killer, okay? And these two police officers go in to say that, like, there's two dirty words when it comes to police, when it comes to any of the police departments. One of them's task force and the other one's serial killer, okay?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
If they can not announce that, they will do everything in their power not to, because if they do that, they end up having a situation like, Son of Sam, that insane task force with hundreds of people, tons of attention, tons of judgment, like what you were talking about earlier, or you'll have the Zodiac, or like any of these really infamous big task force serial killers, and the police force don't want this, okay?
They don't want a task force trying to solve a crime?
Yeah, according
Why?
to these police officers. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure. I didn't dig into that specific aspect, but that's what these guys are saying. And remember, this comes from the most successful cop in New York history, okay? So this guy knows what he's talking about, and they're just very reluctant to label it a serial killer, because I think you have feds come in your backyard, the amount of money that it's going to cost, the amount of judgment, and don't get me wrong.
Feds are a good thing for resources.
Yeah, but police don't like feds.
I know.
So
I get it.
Yeah, but you're acting like it doesn't make sense, but it makes perfect sense why they don't want them there.
Why?
All the reasons I just listed. You're acting like those aren't like valid reasons. Well, socially they might not be valid reasons, but we see them every day in police forces. So it totally makes sense. It's just really unfortunate in these situations, because the more I look at this, the more I feel like, hey, these guys are onto something. They found something, they picked up something, and it's really strange. Now, I don't have evidence of this, but in the bits that I have read, I have a few hours of investigating this so far. These guys claim that they got so far that they figured out the website. So for those of you that don't know, on the dark web, you have to have the link, the specific link.
Right.
And it's a ton of numbers and letters and a mixture of things to get to this one specific site. Well, they were able to figure out what that site is, okay? And they got on there and they were talking about and posting pictures of these situations and scenes, and then they were flagged and kicked off like pretty quick, telling them, hey, turn on your webcam or we're going to kick you off, turn on your webcam or we're going to kick you off. And that's like the number one rule you don't ever do on the dark web. Never, ever, ever turn on your webcam. That's a direct link to the data, where you're at, your location, everything. But this, to me, this is a scary story, because somebody out there, maybe it was one person that started this, maybe it was 5 people that started this, okay? They have their system down. They know exactly what to do to keep police off their back. They know that they're intentionally adding variables like water, alcohol, to throw police off, okay? And one thing that I want to highlight too is, I think that they do it very smart, and I think the reason why they're in different cities here is because they can't let the drowning number, the statistic, get too far out of the range of normal, Strange, right? Is that not spooky? To me, this is spooky, and this is strange, and it's scary thinking the intelligence behind this, okay? One of my theories that I had before I found out about the GHB and the 45 different people, you guys, is that there's alcohol for consumption, and then there's alcohol that's poisonous. And when there was prohibition for a while in certain countries, they used to serve like it's either ethyl alcohol or ether alcohol. But like the alcohol, the consuming alcohol is 1 part water and 1 part alcohol. The ether alcohol is 1 part alcohol and 1 part alcohol. So it is a really raw form of alcohol that can create a poisoning effect really fast, that can cause blackouts, that can cause sickness, which multiple of these guys have thrown up. So for a second there, I was like, man, that could be it. Like, that's how they're getting away with it without getting caught, is they're popping for having alcohol in their system, not realizing that it's ether alcohol or ethyl alcohol. You know what I mean? Which was super interesting, but...
But the GHB throws a wrench in that.
The GHB throws a wrench in it. Now, you have places like Chicago that are just on the outer borders of the statistical drowning numbers, okay? So, like in 2018, they had 54, 2019, 56, 2020, 44, 2021, 46, and 2022 is 41. And that puts them right at the edge at 4% per 100,000, which is literally what Austin's at right now, 4%.
Yep.
So it's right on that edge, you guys. What do you think? Do you think this is enough evidence to say that there is a serial killer group out there? It's impossible to be one person because they have confirmed that killings have happened on the same nights in 2 different places that were impossible to be there during those times. Not to mention, if we believe their theory of the dark web, then you know what I mean. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. But I'm curious what you guys think. I want to know how you feel about it.
It's incredibly scary, and it's so many coincidences that it just feels like it can't be a coincidence. It feels impossible. Like, at this point, it feels impossible for it to be a coincidence.
I agree. And you know, the FBI looked into the Smiley face killings, and they said they debunked it in a certain way. I would be very curious to understand why, because what's interesting is...
This is still happening now.
This is still happening right now, today.
It's happening.
Yep. Makes me think
regularly.
Somebody moved to Austin, okay? Because we went from 1 drowning a year, 2 drowning a year, 1 drowning a year, 1 drowning a year, 2 drowning a year, 8 drownings in a year,
Kicked it off with 8.
8. And then 5, and then 6, and then, like, it never went back down, just always up at that, right up at the tippy top outer level before it's statistically flagged. You know, where they're going to say, oh, no, we got a problem now. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's keeping it right there, you guys.
It's keeping it low enough that they're not going to be like, oh, yeah, that's a huge increase. Like, we got a problem.
These guys are scary intelligent, if this is a group like they say they are, right? Now, coincidences, yes. Does the evidence point to that? I think that it's strong enough it does. I really do. I also understand why they would question it, but I at least feel like this deserves a deeper look. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to know how the FBI claims to have debunked it, because I feel like it would take so much time to actually debunk this.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be able to just swoop in and debunk it in a couple months.
I agree, and we're talking like 300 people here plus, you guys.
Plus, I mean, there's probably way more than that, because some of them probably aren't on the radar. Has Austin even been added to that?
No.
We're at 20 something?
I don't think so. I'm just at the beginning stages of this research. When I started looking into Austin because people were calling it out online, that's how I found this theory, and then started digging in, wanted to tell you guys about it. If you guys are interested in this, let me know. I can do a follow-up video and go a little bit deeper. We can dig a little bit deeper into this and see what we come up with. But as always, I want to know what you guys think about it. I want to know how you feel about it. I want to know if you've heard of drownings like this around your area. It is always men in the 20s, okay? Early 20s to late 20s. Like, guys that are on a great path to be able to become successful parts of society,
why are they?
It's really unfortunate.
The victimology also, that's too much of a coincidence.
It is.
For it to all be men.
This has been going on for so long now, you guys.
Within an age range.
It's been going on for so long now, you guys, that the national statistics have updated their drowning percentages to 80% young men in the U.S.
What?
Yeah. I just want to know how so many different medical examiners are so easily labeling these accidental drownings. That's the one piece that bothers me. Why is there so many medical examiners labeling these accidental drownings?
I would also like to know, when they do a toxicology, do they just... Yeah, it's just a blood sample. Okay,
Yep.
That's what I wanted to know.
It is.
However, it may be done soon after the person swallowed medicine. Okay.
Yep.
So it's urine or blood.
Yep.
That's shocking to me. I don't know why. I thought when I heard toxicology, I didn't just think urine or blood. I thought they would actually, test the body.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
hear you.
If things can be found in the liver that aren't in the blood, then why isn't that standard to test the liver?
Yeah, I hear you.
What?
I hear you. Yep. But let us know what you think, you guys. Do you want a follow-up video on this? Do you want us to dig a little deeper? Let us know.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody knows that there are still unidentified victims on Gilgo that were found on Gilgo Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one in particular, April 1996, legs and feet were found on the bayside shore of Fire Island. And that's a mile west of Davis Park Beach.
Okay.
Okay. And this is Jane Doe 7. Well, today, they finally released, they've identified her. Now, there's not any charges or, confirmed connection to Rex Heuermann yet, but he's the main suspect,
Sure.
of course.
Yeah.
And
It's a convenient
her name
dumping ground.
Yeah. Her name is Karen Vergata. Now, I wanted to see if I could... Because there was no missing persons report when this woman went missing at all. And she's believed to be an escort as well.
Okay.
And I wanted to know...
Rex's M.O.
Yep. It does fit his M.O. They did later find a skull, which I guess I'll just say that now. So, 15 years later, a skull was discovered on Tabay Beach. I actually don't... It's in Nassau County, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, they did a DNA analysis in 2011 on... the legs and the feet and the skull, and they matched. So they figured out those are connected. That's one person.
Yeah.
And then she was dubbed Jane Doe 7, Fire Island Jane Doe. So last year, actually, in August, is when the task force found this evidence of who she was, but they're just now releasing it because of the investigation.
Okay.
So actually, this has been known.
Okay.
And they confirmed it with a relative of hers.
Yeah, I just saw an update earlier today, and That's weird that they've had this the whole time, but maybe they've just been secretly trying to connect it to Rex, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's... So it says a DNA profile suitable for genealogical comparisons was developed from the remains. They did a review, like a genealogy review, and they identified her actually in September. So in August is when they decided they could do it. Then September last year is when they actually identified her.
Okay.
So yeah, they just... they've been investigating it, and they didn't want to publicly disclose it yet for some reason. It doesn't say. I don't know why. It's just the investigation. So I wanted to see if I could figure out, like, who she was, because there was no missing persons report. So obviously her family wasn't, like, looking for her.
Yeah, that's sad.
It is. But I found out that she actually called... Her dad was in prison at the time.
Okay.
Which...
That she went missing?
Yeah.
Okay.
In 1996. So she's presumed to have been working in New York as an escort, and it says that she called her dad on Valentine's Day, which is also his birthday, in prison. And then he never heard from her again. And he said she did sound, like, kind of off. And he actually enlisted the help of a PI, a private investigator, later to find her.
Really?
Which also is weird to me. Then why? Because when I look this up, every article I'm seeing is, like, no missing persons report of her... You know, she's been identified. And then randomly, I find this one article that talks about her father, and he enlisted a PI?
Yeah.
So why is there not a missing persons report? I haven't... That's
strange.
Yeah, I haven't made this connection yet. Why some media is saying this and other media is saying this? Not sure yet.
Weird.
But he's dead now.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's sad. Was that her only connection to a family member that they know of?
I mean, I think she has other family, but they said that she was, like, she has sons, apparently, but I guess she had children, but they said she was so in and out of contact when they just didn't hear from her for a really long time. They're like, oh, we thought she was dead.
It was, like, common. Gosh.
Yeah, it was, that's what I'm saying. Nobody else was really looking for her, so but I feel like that's contradictory if her father was looking for her.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So maybe there is more to it, and we don't really understand that yet.
Okay, so 2 months later, Attorney Ray Tierney said at a press conference Friday that they were able to do the DNA profile. So that's the district attorney. And 2 months later, Vergata's father, Raymond, died at the age of 87 with no cause of death listed. The lawyer said that she lived in Manhattan, In 1987, 5 years later after his death, her father filed a petition in New York State Circuit's Court to have his daughter legally declared dead in order to collect a pair of life insurance policies in her name. Do you see what I'm saying? How does that make sense?
Yeah. Like, the missing person report might just be missing itself. Because that doesn't really make sense when you have a PI who's looking into this, and one of the first things that a PI would do would go to the police to see if they've made any progress on a missing persons report. And yeah, I hear you. That is kind of strange.
She disappeared on Valentine's Day in 1996. No missing persons report, but in 1987... almost 10 years prior, he wanted to have her declared dead to get life insurance? Am I missing something here? Because I feel like it's not explaining it. I didn't even realize those discrepancies in the dates until I was reading it out loud. Because in my head, I was just like, oh, yeah, okay. Now I'm realizing there's discrepancies in that.
Yeah. It'd be worth looking into, digging a little bit deeper. But the thing is, when they found out who she was, they might have taken her missing persons report out of the system, too.
Okay.
Classified it, because they were investigating a major serial killer.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. He had been in touch with the police, a PI, spoke with people who knew her, and couldn't find her, according to the petition. Her absence cannot be satisfactorily explained, it said in the petition. So, I mean, there's people that have given some, accounts of her being a really great person, a really good person, but she had a lot of problems.
Yeah.
So, a lot of people declined to give a statement about her, but
people with problems still deserve justice, you guys.
Yeah.
So in this situation, I really hope they figure it out. I've wondered this whole time if Rex Heuermann got scared and changed his tactics.
But yeah, because this seems to be dismembered.
Yes.
Not in the burlap sack. This is, separate.
Yes.
Like the skull and the legs and the feet. This is all, and where's her torso? Where's all the other parts?
Yeah. I have no clue.
So it makes me question that too. And, I hope that, it's, at this point, will they even be able to find any DNA, that would even connect him?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably not.
I mean, if it's hair, that's one thing, but it doesn't sound like the bodies were kept in a good fashion that could have been saving DNA. It sounds like they're literally parts of her strewn across the beach.
In different beaches.
Yeah.
Different beaches.
Yeah, that's wild.
And that doesn't really seem to fit the other victims at all. It doesn't fit at all. So it's I don't think there's... Why? And I don't think there's any way that he only killed 3 people.
No, I don't think so either.
It's not even possible.
Something's not adding up. Something's not adding up at all. Maybe, they were already onto him and he wanted to still do one more. You know what I mean?
She went missing in 1996.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is way before the other victims.
Oh, victim 1?
Or is it not? Because they were found in 2010, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's victim 1. I'm not sure.
1.
What,
Yeah, also, if there was no missing persons report, and that's just the last time he talked to her, how do we know she was missing that day? Why are they saying she's been missing since Valentine's Day 1996?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we should look into that a little bit more and bring some of those details to the table, because it's not even like we can theorize. There's just nothing there. Mm-hmm. There's nothing for us to go on.
Yeah, but she has sons, and apparently he wasn't told about his mother being found and identified until after the press released it. Okay. So he found out with everybody else, even though they've known for a year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That sucks, but I'm sure there's reasoning, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be reasoning here for this. They were investigating a serial killer, Yeah,
there's reasons for it, but, I don't know. I think it would be kind of irresponsible, for the police to tell the family don't have any obligation to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah.
And they also need, to investigate to be able to get justice for
Agreed.
the victim.
Yep.
And she's been missing a really long time, so...
Agreed.
It kind of makes sense for it to come out now, but maybe it would have been respectful to go to them before they released it.
Yeah.
Like right before and be like, hey, we found her.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think why it might be beneficial not to say anything. So if they believe that could have been Rex Heuermann's first victim, and they didn't want to bring new attention to the case. They wanted Rex to think that the case was cold and dead and not going anywhere. So if they would have came out with the name when they found out about it, they were already investigating him. So to me, it makes sense. I wouldn't have done it either. They needed more evidence on Rex.
Yeah.
And that would have alerted him.
Yeah, it would have.
So.
But, I mean, I feel like I'm going to have to look more into Karen because, I mean, this is more supposed to be like updates. I wasn't deep diving into it. I'm just telling you, like, what's going on right now. Mm-hmm. But I feel like that is a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of doesn't make sense.
Maybe more information will come out. I mean, it doesn't... I don't see any, like, weird
Did you not hear
there.
what I just told
you?
Yeah,
I did.
Why would he have tried to get her declared officially dead in 1987? That was, like, almost 10 years before she was missing.
So, there's one of two things either we're looking at. That's a typo. And we're asking this question for no reason.
1997?
Yeah.
So the year after?
Yep.
Okay. Maybe that's it.
Yep.
Maybe that's it. That would make sense. Because there's only one other article mentioning her father, and you have to pay to view it.
Yep. Yep.
And
so
this is the only other one. I'm
going to assume that's just a typo because it doesn't make any sense. But if it's not a typo, then there's some other story separate from this there.
Which they should have listed. So I think you're right.
Yeah.
Because I just couldn't wrap my head around that for a minute. But I think you're right. I think it's totally a typo.
Yeah.
So also in the Gilgo Beach murders, they extended the search to Atlantic City, New Jersey, South Carolina, Vegas. Well, it's been now confirmed and eliminated that they don't think there's any connection to Atlantic City.
Okay.
Because they were investigating victims found dead along Black Horse Pike.
Yep.
And, they don't think it was him.
I wonder why. I wonder if we're going to get those reasons why. Now I'm going to need to look into those victims.
Well, so it said they compared dates, timelines, and methodologies.
Okay,
and they're saying it doesn't seem there's a connection.
Direct evidence, probably with alibis, and if he was traveling, and got it. Okay.
Yeah, but
that makes sense.
They do think it could still be a serial killer.
So I wonder if they correlated it with his brother.
Dude, that's what I was saying. Like, what if?
Yeah, I
What
agree.
if it's a family
I get
thing?
it.
Like a
I get
family
it.
affair?
Yeah, I think that is like tinfoil hat.
A little bit,
but it's worth thinking about.
It's
Just
worth
because
thinking about.
It's been proven that sociopathy can be carried in DNA, in genes, passed down. So, yeah.
Wouldn't that be wild?
Yep.
That would be a twist if you found out it was like a family affair.
Yeah.
Like they all, like him and his brother have these same tendencies. But also, Rex Heuermann's wife has spoke out and released pictures of the inside of their house after the search. And let me tell you, their house is tore up.
Yeah.
Like, it is tore up on the inside. She posted a picture or gave a picture over to the media, and literally there is a chunk taken out of the side of their bathtub.
Yeah.
So you can see there's the inner basin, and then, like, there's that outer part that is, like, flat. They, like, straight up cut a chunk out, like... Sure. Boxes and crap everywhere. But granted, if they the police did say it was already super cluttered, like kind of given
So
the
we don't
vibes
know
of
what
a
the start
hoarder's
was.
house. Yeah, so we don't know what it looked like before. But this is a lot of stuff.
It is.
It's a ton of stuff.
It
And
is.
this is only 3 pictures, but it's so much. And yeah, I guess like when it's your own mess, it's your own.
Yeah.
And then when people come in and mess with it, it'll probably feel really stressful.
Yeah.
But apparently, I mean, the kids are distraught. I feel really bad for the family. She said that she had no idea what was going on, like at all. Like officially came out and was like, I had no idea this was going on. She said her daughter said something about like not even feeling human after like the way their house was, like the mess that was made.
Yeah.
She doesn't even feel human. And like the son is distraught and they all cry themselves to sleep every night. And they have had like other families of serial killers, 2 daughters, BTK and there's another one I can't remember, reaching out to them to try to give them support and stuff. So I do feel like something about his family feels really closed off compared to what I've seen other families. And I try to put myself in their shoes. And I guess obviously I understand why, because, I mean, they're probably seeing stuff online and in media and people asking questions like, how did you not know?
I mean, for me, it makes sense. I get it. I understand why they would, feel some type of uncomfortable way. However, those are the cards they've been dealt. I think everybody goes through really horrible, awful situations, and unfortunately for them, and I feel bad for them, this is their really awful, horrible situation. You know what I mean? Now, I see them as victims. They didn't know. This guy fooled them. I truly believe that serial killers are with women or men or families to have an image for who they truly are. That's what I think, okay? So I see these people as victims. It doesn't make their feeling in this any less. It doesn't make it easier for them or anything like that. But I think that they'll find there's a lot of people out there that are understanding. People just don't like different. And
this is pretty different.
That's different,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I bet it's super overwhelming. All of the attention, like they were living like this quiet little life before this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden their father is a serial killer and the whole world knows who they are and there's cameras outside their house 24/7. Their whole lives have been exploited.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They need to see some therapists is what they need to do. And that's really nice for the families of the other serial killers, because again, I think those people are victims. They're just additional victims to the chaos and madness of a madman.
Mm-hmm. That's something pretty messed up, though. She said she had 3 cats and litter boxes were strewn and thrown on top of everything.
Okay.
What happened there? Because that's kind of messed up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, so when cops dig through a house, and I think it's probably even more serious for a serial killer, they are taught to dig with no compassion. They have one goal, and that goal is to find evidence in there that ties their suspect to the case to see if there is any in there. Anything else is just in the way. They're not going to care about, this looks fragile, I should be careful with this, or not happening. Time is important, and finding the evidence is important. And that's it.
Yeah, I get that. So what... in a situation where a family's house is searched and their property is destroyed, like, and they're not suspects. This is our family home, and they're not suspects. They haven't done anything.
Mm-hmm.
Do they get any kind of compensation?
No. They're just victims of circumstance.
They get nothing.
No. I mean, the federal government didn't make her marry him. So, she's a victim. I'm not saying she's not a victim, but there's no reason for local government to compensate them.
I get what you're saying. That would just be a really crappy situation to be in.
I mean, make sure you know the person you're marrying.
I mean,
because their stuff becomes your stuff.
Some people think they do know.
I get you. I hear you. But
some people truly think they do know.
We've talked about this before, and I think a big factor in relationships that people overlook because of how our society looks at it is your intimate relationship that you have with that person. If they aren't open intimately, then you're not seeing the whole person. In my opinion, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
If they are open intimately, where you see them being vulnerable and pulling down walls, things like that, then I feel like that's a good gauge that you understand, and see who they really are.
So you mean like sharing intimate things that could be...
No.
That make them really vulnerable?
No, I'm talking literally about sex.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
Intimate things that make them vulnerable, like, could be embarrassing or they could feel ashamed about but still share it with you. Oh. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, that's deeper than I was thinking. I think that when you have a relationship with somebody and you're in situations like that, you can tell if they're being opened or not. You can either feel resistance, you can feel somebody holding back, or you can feel them, opening up and wanting to be around you, and you know what I mean? So, without getting into, like, graphic nature or anything, Well,
I mean, I guess in the Chris...
It's a judgment call.
The Chris Watts case, the horrible case, Shanann did... like, feel him close off in that way.
Yeah.
And then that's what happened.
Yep. Absolutely.
Probably a pretty good indicator, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
so.
mean, that's the updates. I mean, I think it's incredible she was identified and we at least know, like, the name. I really want to know who the woman is that is clearly related to the child, as the mother of the child. Like, that's... I mean, I want to know who they all are, but that one I feel like is, like, really curious.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's that general social idea of caring about kids.
Well, I want to know how the kid was involved. I want to know if the suspect list, like, or the, like, what we should be looking out for is not just sex workers. Is it kids too? And there was, like, the Asian male, which I've heard people talking about that lately, and it sounds interesting. It sounds like it very well could be one of his victims. Because I know in the beginning I heard you talk about it and say it's probably not, and we talked about it a little bit. Now I think it very well could be.
Yeah.
Very well could be.
Well, there's two different types of ending someone for a serial killer. There's their actual chosen victim, and then there's someone who got in the way.
Yeah.
So those will be two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, it seems a bit silly to think that he wouldn't change up his MO.
Yeah, I agree.
But
100%.
Anyway, those are the updates. We got a victim identified. We got pictures of the inside of the house, which I thought were interesting, like with hoarding and everything. Like, I feel like there's so much stuff there. They were definitely hoarders.
Yeah.
For sure.
Could be.
Hoarders is what it looks like to me, but I mean...
Who knows what was in drawers and stuff like that, though? Like, I'll give them
or
the benefit
storage,
of the doubt.
like
who
the basement.
Knows? Yeah.
It could be stuff all brought up from the basement, I guess.
Because they got to go through it in light somewhere, so they could have brought everything up. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Atlantic City is
it's
so
interesting.
far not connected.
Yeah, interesting stuff. But.
Yeah.
All right, that is our stories for tonight. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope we gave you some interesting conversation, and we were able to open up some thought for you, have a little bit of thought riot, and make sure you check out our Discord invite. You go to streamlabs.com/ThoughtRiotPodcast. A tip box is going to pop up. Make sure you hit the home button, and then you'll get the full experience in there. You'll be able to see all our videos at the bottom. You'll be able to see when our live streams are and kind of what's going on from there, while I'm working on getting that tip box area removed. But add us on our social medias: Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Podcast, all of the podcast options out there.
Twitter or
Yes.
X or X.
X, yeah.
That feels weird.
It does feel weird. But anyways, we appreciate you guys. We do this for you, and I have a good time doing it. So I hope you have a good time watching it. And
yeah, I mean, I do it because I enjoy it. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun looking into it and hearing, other people's theories and acts. Like, I've looked into true crime for a long time. Like, I've followed cases for a long time, and watched other people's content. And it's fun being able to make it and then hear the comments and hear people interact with it and bouncing ideas off of each other. Like, I think it's really, really fun.
yeah. I agree. And if you haven't checked out our live stream, make sure you get on there. We have some really good conversations in there. So, I think that is it for tonight. This is Thought Riot. My name's Brendan.
And I'm Malia.
And we are out.